This is a virtual meeting using the Zoom platform. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 or the city's website. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Bienvenidos a Interpretación para el Español. Vivo teléfono puede llamar a 720-386-9023. Use el código 104191 #. Gracias.
Thank you, Councilmember Guardiola. If you're a council member, please be sure to have your video camera on and be mindful that we are streaming this meeting on Channel 8 and website. The chat function is disabled to ensure that the public can see all portions of the meeting. The city clerk is the host of the meeting, and I and our IT staff will be the co-host. Council members and panelists will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. Please mute yourself when you have finished speaking, and remember to lower your virtual hand to prevent disruptions. This time, I'll call the Urban Renewal Authority meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman,
Present.
Vice Chair Frank, Commissioner Madera,
Present.
Commissioner Alan Thomas,
Present.
Commissioner Noble,
Present.
Commissioner Guardiola, Commissioner Hurst, Commissioner Grimes, Commissioner Smith,
Present.
Commissioner Boucher,
Present.
Commissioner Lewis,
Present.
Commissioner Fairfield,
Present.
Commissioner Tedesco,
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Board Member Alan Thomas.
Make a motion to excuse the members not present.
Board Member Noble.
I second that. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote by raising our hands in the physical chat window. If you vote in favor, please raise your hand so your vote can be counted. And that is going to pass unanimously of everybody that is here. Next up, we are going to have a presentation. The presentation is on the preliminary finding of urban renewal blight for the landfill located generally at Ivy Street and 48th Avenue. I'd like to invite Jenna Lowry, management analyst, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Huseman. This evening, I will actually not be giving our presentation and will rather hand the control of the meeting over to Ricker Cunningham. We have Ann and Bill on the phone who represent the firm that is conducting the blight study for us. Thank you.
Jenna, somebody will be pulling up the PowerPoint, is that correct?
I can do that, yes, just give me one
Oh,
moment.
that would be great, thanks. In the meantime, thank you, Chair Houston and board members for the opportunity to provide you with an update, kind of a status report of the project. We consider this an interim report, and what we've heard from staff is that there's a great deal of interest on your all's part. And so you'll see a few slides in that we've got a proposed timeline. I will tell you it's a bit fluid, but we've built in some different opportunity times throughout the process when we could step back in and meet with you and give you another update. Just wanted to make sure that we let you know that if you would desire more, or if you ever have any questions of us and you want to contact us directly or go through Jenna, we're absolutely open to that. We're not exactly sure how many of you have been through an urban renewal planning process before, and we've got quite a bit of experience. We place a very high value on education and getting the right information out there, so please do not hesitate. The first thing that we would point out is really the name that we all collectively ourselves and with staff discussed. There's a couple of names right now that are out there. One is the Sand Creek landfill area. That's really how we refer to the study area, or have been. And then there's the developer's proposal for a project within those boundaries, and that's referred to as Triangle Logistics Center. But in discussions with staff and looking at this as, while it is an urban renewal area, should you decide to go forward and approve the plan, it's very much an economic development effort. And to that point, there was some thought that it would be good kind of, not necessarily promotion, but a good identity for this area to begin to be referred to as Sand Creek business area, knowing that there could ultimately be commercial, industrial, and other types of uses. So I would just point that out to you first. And then next, please. I won't read this to you. This is just to let you know what we plan to go over tonight. But in the next 20 or so minutes, really kind of the highlights that we want to provide you with is just a brief background on our experience and credentials in urban renewal and community development. Also the timeline for the major tasks. And as I mentioned, some of the outreach and education components we've got. Provide you with a preliminary finding of blight. And I'll explain why preliminary, although we don't expect the answer to change. And you'll understand when I get to that slide. And then finally, next steps. And there's a few next steps that we're really going to need your guidance on, your direction on, and we'll get to that at the end. And I suspect at that point, Caitlin Quandary, your urban renewal attorney, will probably want to weigh in and ask any questions you might have about process and statutory compliance and things like that. So I just want to make sure you knew she was available on the call as well. Next, please. So my partner, Bill Cunningham, and I, we've been working in the industry of real estate, economic development, redevelopment, market economics for about 35 years. We've had our own practice for 28 years. We've completed over 165 urban renewal assignments. We've worked for over 80% of all the urban renewal authorities in the state, and completed a very significant percentage of all the urban renewal plans and associated documents. We continue to be financial advisors, TIF advisors to several of our community clients. And we're published, we've testified before the state legislature on urban renewal, and we're regular presenters. So again, please, at any point tonight or in the future, if you have any questions, we'd love to answer them for you. Next, please. So we really look at this process as kind of three somewhat distinct phases, and I will have one caveat to that. The pre-planning phase we've completed, that was talking to staff, understanding the survey area boundaries, you all authorizing preparation of the, we call it a condition survey. You'll also hear the term blight study. Those two can be used interchangeably. Notifying the property owner in this instance that the survey was commencing. And then I would say identifying and notifying taxing entities. While there may have been some discussions before we were engaged, those have not officially started. And that is something that we're going to be talking with you about in terms of next steps. The planning phase, and we're partway through that now, is really completing three documents that I call the three legs of the stool. There's the condition survey, there's the urban renewal plan, and then there's the impact reports. And those are three distinct documents. Some have multiple chapters, let's say, or multiple parts to them. But those are really the three documents that the urban renewal, the Colorado Urban Renewal Statute requires in order to come before you as city council at a public hearing and request consideration of adoption of an urban renewal plan. So we're midway through that now. The next step, we call it the negotiation phase. And this also includes that public hearing process and presentation to Planning Commission and all of that. But the first 3 bullets that really have to do with contacting the taxing entities, preparing the individual impact reports for each entity, meeting and negotiating any potential revenue sharing agreements, and then formalizing those and bringing those back to all of you for approval. After 2016, and this is based on legislation that took place in 2015, the legislature essentially formalized a process that was really already underway. And that was just to notify taxing entities, including the county, of course, where an urban renewal plan was being considered. I will tell you, after 33 years of experience plus, that several agreements were already made between urban renewal authorities and if it was fire districts or whatever before the formality of the law. But what this did was it essentially required that every urban renewal authority that's considering creating a plan needed to reach out to the various taxing entities who might be impacted favorably, not favorably, whichever, about after a plan was created and tax increment financing was collected. But it also set a time frame for that and just required that touch base happen, and that if there is going to be some sharing back and forth, because again, the goal is always that everybody maintains, this thing in status quo, and then hopefully does better, right? Because of this, that's the purpose. But that through those discussions, if there is any concern one way or the other about the need for revenue sharing, offsetting potential costs, and that be formalized in an agreement. And the statute that took place after the 2015 legislative session, so beginning January 2016, said that there had to be a 120-day time frame within which that happened. So the goal was that these negotiations didn't go on forever, that they had a beginning and an end. And in their minds that was a reasonable period of time. So there are those of us, Caitlin, your attorney, and my partner Bill, and myself, and some others who have been through several, as we call them, 1348 processes, since that was the title of the House bill, HB 1348. And so we're very familiar with the process that entails. And in each one of those instances, what we did was we didn't wait to the end, because there's no reason to wait to the end of an otherwise very linear process of do the condition survey, do the plan, do the impact reports, and then go meet with them. We've really kind of stacked those things up. And once we could check the box that the statutory number, the threshold of blighting conditions did exist, it was at that point then that we then reached out to those taxing authorities, and Caitlin has a whole process, a letter. She's spoken with Jason. He'll give a verbal heads up. Then there'll be a letter saying we're commencing the process, and then they'll ask to come and meet with them, share the impact report, discuss it, make sure everybody's comfortable with the assumptions therein, begin negotiations. They ultimately, whatever comes up, everybody comes up with, they take it to their board and they sign off on it, and then it comes to you. And all that still has to happen before you can even consider the plan for adoption. And thus, why we typically kick that off after that first step, which is just making sure that there are the requisite number of blighting conditions. And so that is something at the end of the meeting, or at the end of the presentation, that we'll pick up that discussion with you and answer any questions you have about who's involved in the process and all of that. Next slide, please. So this time frame, and we had it in the slide, and Jenna was smart enough to say, they can barely see this, but I will say that we started around mid-August, and that was a lot of data collection and timing and putting this map, this timeline together, and confirming the map and notifying the property owner, all those things. All that's really been happening for the last couple of months. Really what's driving this schedule that takes us, and I would say it's a fluid schedule. On the outside is bringing this to you at a public hearing around mid-February. There's nothing to say that those negotiations might not happen faster and might have the opportunity, if that's of interest to you, to bring that to you sooner. But it's really that 120 days, making sure we've got statutory compliance with that. That's really driven the extent of the schedule as it appears here. A couple things I just wanted to draw your attention to. The tasks where we say major milestones, those are very typical tasks associated with an assignment like this. Down below the second, or the blue line in the middle, engagements, we just wanted to point out that we've been having and will continue to have every other week meetings with your staff internally to talk about the project process, make sure everything's happening, and your attorneys involved in those discussions. We've also ID'd a couple of points at which we could, or we would recommend, based on our point in the process, when we might provide some sort of information, if it's a meeting, an online meeting, an open house. There's all kinds of ways we can do that. But if there are business groups, if there are stakeholder groups or neighborhood groups, and we've commenced those discussions with your staff, that could benefit or might be interested in learning a little more about urban renewal, this process, this effort, what's being proposed, and all that. So we've identified those timeline or those points in the process, have as of yet to define exactly what group we would be targeting for that information. We've also got in here what I wanted to point out to you about the fourth line down. It says Planning Commission briefing and presentations. Urban renewal plans and the statute are interesting. I think Bill and I've often thought, I kind of wish they wouldn't call it an urban renewal plan, because for anybody who works on plans, and we work on comprehensive plans and downtown plans and corridor plans and all those things. But when you're planning commission, that's really the world you live in. That's your purview. That's what you've appointed them to do, is consider the plans that come before the community for implementation. And an urban renewal plan is very different. It's more of a financing vehicle. It's very much a plan that should be prepared by somebody who understands, in consultation with your lawyers, but understands real estate and finance and markets and that. And I point that difference out because I think both for Planning Commission and sometimes the layperson who isn't as familiar with this, they kind of expect the similar kind of outreach that you would see with some of those other planning efforts, stakeholder input, ideas, planning maps, land use, all those things. That's not what an urban renewal plan is about. There's a significant piece of the plan that talks about how it will advance the goals of the community as reflected in your adopted and accepted policy documents. But that's very different. So because of that, the way the urban renewal statute works in Colorado is it only requires in a process like this that we meet with your planning commission within 30 days of the public hearing. And the very specific question that we ask them is this plan consistent with your other adopted community plans, the most obvious being your comprehensive plan? Now, that's not to say that some planning commissions don't kind of branch out in their questions and discussions and want to talk about blight and all that. And that's really entirely up to you and your boards and your processes. But all the statute really requires is that we check that box with them. In this instance, what your staff, and I'm sure through your guidance, has said is we want them to be more engaged. We don't want to just stop in and have them check a box. We want them to understand kind of how this tool fits into the city's bigger toolbox and why we're doing this, and explain that this does not circumvent or shorten the entitlement processes that they will absolutely continue with for any project that might happen in this area. That role stays the same. This is purely to put this financing mechanism in place. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out to you. So that, like I said, below the line is really more informational meetings, making sure everybody's current. It's less about soliciting input. We've also got, and you'll see this, let's see, are you going to see that next? No, but in a couple slides, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the ideas we had for engagement. Next, please. Okay, so I mentioned that one of the big factors that was impacting kind of that mid-February, that outside time frame, absolutely the 120 days, but also the fact that there is going to be a November election. And we're very mindful of the fact that whenever this comes to this body and ultimately City Council, we really want to make sure that anybody who's voting on it really understands it. I mean, to the extent that they can. I mean, again, we've been doing it 30 some years and we still learn new things, but really generally understands what the tool is, what it's used for, why it makes sense in this area, if you believe that it does, those kinds of things. So we're mindful of the fact that you've got this election in November, and then there's that next process, which is the county certifying the election results and then seating those individuals. So we've kept that in mind. We just wanted to let you know that that is all considered, understood, and reflected in the timeline we've got. Also, that you've got this proposed project in this area and they're undergoing certain property due diligence. They have an option on the property. There is a deadline. We did meet virtually with them last week and your staff, of course, and just let them know about this timeline so that they could make any arrangements that they might need to. Recognizing they still have that process to go through with Planning Commission and yourselves in terms of entitlements, other reviews and approvals, and then ultimately, and I think the point we want to make here is any sort of revenue sharing agreement that they might enter into with you as the Urban Renewal Authority Board and or Council. And just wanted to make sure that you understood not only, I think, a preference of all of ours involved in the assignment, but really statutory protocol says that you know, those negotiations with the taxing entities, absolutely, they have to happen before you can consider adopting the plan. You have to consider adopting the plan before you enter into a revenue sharing agreement with, you know, any property owner or proposed project in this area. So on that front, we are absolutely following a very linear and appropriate path. Next, please. Okay, just a couple more things. This is really kind of a regurgitation of the map, but or I'm sorry, of the timeline, but I did want to call your attention to those bottom items. And the next 3 slides we'll go through very quickly. They're just illustrative examples, but because we put such a high emphasis on education and information, we are going to be providing your staff with frequently asked questions. We've collected these over the years and cleaned them up, and we continue to add to them because we'll get asked something all the time that we hadn't heard, and then some things we hear all the time. But we'll have that, and that will be posted on the Urban Renewal Authority's page of the city's website. Information materials, probably in that location as well. But if you or anybody else feels that there could be a benefit to having that kind of information on a community bulletin board or in a grocery store, or, you know, wherever, we have these materials. We're happy to provide those. We talked about the project website, so the timeline, those things, updates will be all featured there. And then again, any sort of appropriate community leadership open house, you know, anything that we all think really makes sense and really adds to this planning process. So, you know, any input you might have after this evening or this evening would be welcome. Next, please. So this is just an example of the FAQs, the format we'll use. Next, please. Keep going. It looks like that was, there you go. Always get asked questions about tax increment financing. This is really just, again, for illustrative purposes, just to show you that we really have put a lot of time, and we think we've noticed a lot of value in some of the materials that we've prepared over the last few decades to get people to help them understand an otherwise pretty complex subject. And so again, this is just one, we've done whole presentations on TIF alone, but again, this is just an example. And then on the next page, also really defining things. We know too much, right? People tease me all the time that I've committed the statute to memory, and I guess portions of it I sure have. But again, in that pursuit to make sure people remember there are terms and those terms have meaning, we've got kind of a glossary of terms. We always provide that as well, and always want that public and available as much as you think appropriate. And then next, we just have a few more slides. So we wanted to just let you know that from a statutory standpoint, because that's what councils always want to make sure we're doing it right, there's several items that have been accounted for. There's a handful of things that really, just like that 120 days that the statute says, you have to do this, and this is your time frame. And we often say that the process is as, if not more important than the outcome of a process like this, because it's really, you need the assurance that when you get to the other side, that any challenge that might come up, if it were to come up, that this process has been exactly as it should be. And we're very careful and mindful of that from the beginning. So some of those statutory requirements are letting the property owners, business interests, really real property owners at this stage, know that the survey had commenced. We've done that. Notifying property owners and any business interests or tenants, not relevant here, but in other cases, that they have to be notified within 30 days prior to the public hearing, which is also required. That notice appear of the public hearing appear within 30 days prior in your general paper of circulation. We've already spoken with the newspaper above that we get to planning commission within 30 days before the public hearing to get their sign off on the consistency with the comprehensive plan, and that those negotiations happen with the taxing entities. I'm just telling you that all of those considerations are reflected in the timeline that we presented earlier. Okay, next, please. So this is the urban renewal area. And again, I told you we're referring to it as Sand Creek Business Area. This is the larger landfill area, and the area in blue, which is comprised of 2 parcels, is really the subject of the urban renewal plan. If you go to the next slide, we've just listed the statistics on those. I think the most important or interesting things for you all are that the larger piece is characterized as a commercial land use type. The smaller piece is industrial. The assessment, one is commercial, one is ag. The acreage on the larger parcel is 56.5 acres, and the smaller one just under 9 acres. Okay, next, please. Just a couple points we wanted to make here. There are, as you might know, there's 11 factors of quote blight. And, again, we've heard over and over for years and years that, and especially if you're a property owner, the term blight can be offensive, and we understand it. And we always remind people here, it's a statutory term, and that is the context within which we're using that term. It's not an opinion. It's not subjective. It's objective. It says if the statute requires that there be a finding of blight, and they say these 11 factors are what represent that, those are the rules, and that's what we follow. Now, what the statute says is that in order to find an area eligible for a finding of blight by city council, there has to be at least 4 of these 11 factors present somewhere within the area. They don't have to be present on every parcel. They can be varying degrees, but there has to be at least 4 of the 11 present in the area. Two exceptions to that. One is they say there has to be 5 factors met if there is a knowing intent to use urban renewal, or I'm sorry, eminent domain. So for instance, what we've seen is some communities, let's say, that have a light rail station coming through, and they create an urban renewal plan area around that station. Sometimes they do that because they want urban renewal to be the vehicle to assist people in developing, redeveloping if they want to relocate. And sometimes there's a favorable use of eminent domain. I mean, it can be used in a favorable way for property owners. And in that instance, whether it's favorable or unfavorable, or if it's to acquire a place for road or other public infrastructure, it just says you have to meet that higher statutory threshold. Our practice is always to try and hold every area to the highest threshold. That's usually the preference of the community clients that we work with. The other exception I will tell you is that if you have an area where it's a voluntary urban renewal area, meaning property owners, business interests, everybody says, yes, this is a designation we want in this area, then the statute only requires that one factor be found. I will tell you, this is a voluntary district, right? This is completely voluntary. Everybody's on board from the property owner business interest standpoint. Regardless of that, though, next, please.
Oh, and this is Caitlin Quander. Oh, I just lost my video. But this is Caitlin Quander. I just wanted to chime in really quickly as counsel, just to clarify, and thanks for that description. We are not anticipating the need for eminent domain. I appreciate you calling it out, but that is not really in the cards on this one, or needed, because as Ann said, we have the cooperation of the property owner.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. I know that can always concern people, so I appreciate that. So regardless of the fact that statutorily you'd only have to meet one factor, we have already found 10 of the 11 factors present within the area. The reason this is called a preliminary finding is, true, we're working on the condition survey, but our findings aren't going to change any, because the 3 pieces of information that we're waiting for fall under categories, conditions that represent these factors, and we've already identified conditions that represent these factors. So it'll just be more support, I guess, or more evidence for you to consider. So that's why these are our final findings of blight, and we're in the process of documenting that in that formal report, that leg of the stool. Next, please. I mentioned to you earlier about that important component of the urban renewal plan, that second leg of the stool, and it says right here in the statute that the urban renewal plan means a plan that conforms to the general or master plan for the physical development of the municipality as a whole, as a policy document, not a regulating document. That's a different discussion. But what I wanted to point out to you all here is that we're well aware of the fact that you have a comprehensive plan update underway. That is often the case in communities we work in, and there's language that we put in the plan. You know, we stay as current as we can with any things that are going on in that planning process, and make sure those are reflected. But we don't need to wait for that process to end before we bring the urban renewal plan to you for consideration, because we include language that is legally supportive, that says that this plan and the activities that happen within this plan area, it's almost a pledge, will be consistent with the comprehensive plan that is adopted and current and active within the community. So that's how we kind of cover you, and don't then necessarily require you to go back and update the urban renewal plan, because as you all know, comprehensive plans are continually ideally being updated. So we're fine with the fact that your urban renewal plan is underway. Next, please. It's about 4 slides. So, you know, for years it was debated whether urban renewal authorities should advance plans that don't have an actual project proposal. And many communities still do it without. They'll put it in place because they know that the timeline, 6 months or 8 months or whatever it can be a time prohibitive. You could lose opportunities that are of interest to you as a community. So some communities choose to put that tool in place and use the guidance of market analyses and discussions, property owner intents, any land use plans or proposals that they've got, and they use those as kind of the groundwork or the framework for the plan intentions, and then also the impact reports that are prepared. In this instance, you have a project that is being proposed, still continues. I think I'm safe in saying being refined, of course, but that because we have that information, we are using that information, we are confirming it, we are ground truthing it. As real estate economists, we can do those market analyses and give you some assurance of what makes sense and absorption schedules and all that, which all serves to make the impact reports that much more legitimate, viable. So it helps in those negotiations. But we're using that information as our basis for preparing those impact reports. Next, please. And so, I mentioned the taxing entity discussions. This slide and the next one, which is really illustrative, and then it's the end. So Caitlin, if you wanted to say anything, I wanted to pause here because I think I've explained to you, at least from our perspective, about the 120 days, that pushes out the allowable time for, kind of that outside time for, or timeline for the project. I wanted to make sure you knew what the taxing entities are that your representatives will be negotiating with. And so I wanted to pause, and if Caitlin, you wanted to say anything here about this, because this is really the next few slides I have. One is just showing them how we will help you keep track of some of those revenue sharing agreements. So it's some tools that you can use in-house. And then the very last slide is really next steps. And this relates to that next step.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Caitlin Quander, Counsel to the Authority. Just to add on, Jason and team have made it very clear that making sure that we protect and acknowledge the existing relationships that we have with these taxing bodies is really, really important to this board and to staff. And so making sure that we begin the discussions the right way and that we take the time to really answer questions from those taxing bodies is really important from a staff level, and we know from a board level. And so know that that is our intent. And I will say that I think we could end up in a very different place with different taxing bodies. These discussions really relate to the impact that Ann and Bill are looking at. And so, here we have a commercial development. And so the impact, kind of an industrial development, the impact that is felt from that is different than if you had a senior housing project, for example, right? The use of these different taxing districts may be a bit different. And those impact reports will look at that and reflect that so that we can have a robust discussion with those taxing entities. And like I said, it could end up being a different discussion depending on the impacts that they see. And we will, I know that on the schedule that Ann shared, we certainly have a placeholder to come back to this board, assuming you give us the go ahead to begin these discussions tonight, that we would be providing you with regular updates on how those are going and getting your feedback along the way.
Perfect. Next, please. So this is really, again, illustrative purposes. This is from the city of Leadville, but one of the things Bill and I have become keenly aware of is there is such an exchange of information when it comes to calculating TIF and distributing resources, not only just back to urban renewal authorities, but then on to taxing entities with which you may have revenue sharing agreements. There are so many people involved at the county level, at city levels, that things can get miscalculated. And it's one of those things that it's so critically important that you have your finger on it all the time, because it's very difficult if there's been an oversight, let's say an increment that should come to an authority, and then resources have been distributed, and then there's the discovery months down the road, and then there's a reassessment, and all these things. It's very hard to go backwards. And so one of the things we spent a good amount of time on in the last decade really is creating tools and resources and protocols for our Urban Renewal Authority clients. And this is an example of one that we always like, if you're interested, that what this is, what that's showing you is this, it's like a plug and play. Once you get your increment calculated from the county, and there's a whole spreadsheet that precedes this to make sure that's been done accurately, but you plug that number in, and then any of the percentages or agreements you've entered into with the taxing entities will automatically calculate the amount of distribution that should go to those entities. And the nice thing is not only does that make it so much easier for your finance person, but also you can continually be kind of keeping your eye on where are we at with collections based on forecasts. What's that next 5 years going to look like? It can help you plan for projects that, major public improvements or things like that, improvements you might want to make with urban renewal dollars. So it's a nice budget thing. And we always like when our communities want to use something like this, it's that thing that you as an authority board member can have in front of you and just always have current information. So this is just an example. And then the last slide, and then questions. These are really our next steps, depending on, our first big question is, may we commence those discussions with the taxing entities, but obviously completing those reports, making sure that we're getting out and educating stakeholders, that we're being back in front of you as often as you would like and answering your questions, that we're coordinating with our efforts with any process that might be running in parallel in terms of entitlements for the proposed project. And then finally, knowing that next step after the public hearing, and depending on your direction at that point, assisting with any negotiations with the property owners, the developer, in terms of revenue sharing. And that's a synopsis.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that comprehensive overview of the blight study process and an update on where we stand. Does anybody on the board of directors for the Urban Renewal Authority have any questions or comments they'd like to ask? Board Member Fairfield.
Just confirming there's only one property owner on this site.
Correct.
Board Member Bucci.
You call one of the parcels an industrial, and then you call the other one a commercial. What's the reason for that?
Yeah, and that was strictly based on the assessor's classification. So there's a land use type classification, and that's where we had a commercial, I think it was an industrial, and then the next category that the assessor uses is that might be a use category, but how is it assessed? And the smaller parcel is assessed as agriculture, and the larger one is assessed as commercial.
And if I could just tag on to that, while those are the current assessments, we would anticipate, as you saw in the project, it's proposed to be an industrial project and build out. And so they would eventually, as that development occurs, the assessor would likely reassess and determine as an industrial.
Yes.
So the plan is moving forward that both parcels will be industrial.
Yes. Based on the program that we've seen, and I think you've seen as well. Yes.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments at this time? DCM Rogers.
having some issues there, sir. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to circle back on the request that Ann had outlined in the presentation. Is the board comfortable with allowing staff to engage our taxing entities on negotiations or beginning negotiations as it relates to the tax sharing agreements?
Anybody on the board have any objections to those negotiations beginning? Seeing none, looks like you can proceed.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Bucci?
So have we got the soil or the phase one back on that land there?
So good question, sir. They have not submitted a entitlement application to the city yet. They are in the process of finalizing their documentation. What I can share with you is that they have been working extremely close with CDPHE and EPA as it relates to any development on top of the landfill. And it's our understanding that they have or will be receiving this month approval from the EPA and the CDPHE with an updated environmental covenant to allow for what you saw on the screen earlier this evening to move forward.
So Mr. Rogers, just to make sure I've got this square, we're moving forward with the understanding that we know that the environmental test is going to come back positive?
Yes, sir. So the phase one and the environmental testing, they've been, like I said, collaborating and working with CDPHE and EPA for the better part of 6 to 8 months. As you may be aware, they have an environmental covenant, which has a use restriction on what can be done on that landfill. And they have engaged those two entities in being able to update that based on the proposal and the project. And EPA and CDPHE have given its support, and it has given its ability to approve that updated environmental covenant so that they can move forward with their project. So when they do submit that application, we will be working with CDPHE and EPA to make them aware that they have submitted in accordance with that updated EC or environmental covenant.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, want to thank everybody for your time this evening. We'll go ahead and adjourn the Urban Renewal Authority meeting, and we will convene the City Council meeting at 6:55 p.m. Okay, we'll go ahead and call the city council meeting to order. I do want to reiterate that live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Sí, interpretación para la Junta de Español puede llamar por teléfono 720-386-9023 usando el código 10409 estrella.
Thank you, Councilmember Wadiola. Call the meeting to order and ask city clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman,
Thank you, Councilmember Wadiola. We'll call the meeting to order and ask city clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst, Councilmember Grimes, Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Councilmember Noble.
Oops, I move to excuse those members not present.
Thank you, Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote by raising our hands in the chat window. Please raise your hands for in favor. And that'll pass unanimously 6-0. This time, I would like to invite those present and remote to join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which I will lead. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
States of
America
America.
and to the
And to the
republic
republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first up, we are going to discuss an amendment to the agenda. Later this evening, we have a public hearing on the annexation and zoning of the Can-Am property at the southeast corner of 112th Avenue and US 85. I'd now like to turn the meeting over to Mr. Sheasley, who can explain where we are in this process and the need to take action.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. Good evening, Council. So the reason for the proposed amendment to the agenda is to discuss continuing the annexation and zoning hearing and actions that are scheduled for tonight. To do so, to consider that motion, we'd have to amend the agenda. And so that would be the first order of business, would be an amendment of the agenda to consider a motion on that continuance. Before you take that action, and I'll describe more after the agenda is amended, the continuance is needed for both procedural reasons under the Municipal Annexation Act and the Land Development Code, and at the request of the applicant, they have recommended some changes to their proposed zoning that was reviewed by the Planning Commission, and have sought a continuance of that and a return to the Planning Commission for additional review and recommendation by them to you as the council. Because of the nature of notice that would be required under state law, the next time this could be considered would be after 30 days of 4 weeks, successive weeks of publication in papers. And so that would be at least 30 days out, which would put us at the November 15th meeting, and a return to the Planning Commission on their proposed zoning as they're proposing the revision on November 2nd. And so if council wants to amend the agenda to discuss this, or Mayor, do you want me to just review the whole issue right now first?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. And just so everyone understands, the continuance would be for a few reasons. Procedurally, there is a requirement under state law that an impact report be provided to the County Board of Commissioners at least 20 days before the scheduled hearing. That impact report was not provided until last week. And then in addition, the applicant and the city have not come to final terms on an annexation agreement, which under the Land Development Code is a prerequisite before you can consider an annexation ordinance on first reading. And then in addition to that, The applicant, as I mentioned, has proposed some revisions to the zoning application that the Planning Commission provided a recommendation to you on. And so all of that means that the council can't consider essentially any of the outcomes of the hearing tonight. You could not pass an ordinance on first reading annexing the property, and you could not pass a zoning ordinance until that annexation ordinance is completed. And so the safest and recommended course of action that the applicant agrees with is to continue the matter to November 15th. I believe that would be appropriate, and to recommend that the zoning go back to Planning Commission so that you get the full benefit of their review of the revised zoning application. I want to make it very clear that anyone who registered to speak tonight would not be deprived of an opportunity to speak. They in fact would get an additional opportunity to speak to the Planning Commission and would have an opportunity to address the council at the rescheduled public hearing. And so it's my recommendation that you not take any testimony tonight, but you continue the matter. The applicant is available should you want to consider anything they want to say about the requested continuance, but I believe I've provided what you need here. And so with that, I would recommend that you amend the agenda to consider that motion at this point, continuing and then continue the matter and return to the Planning Commission as provided.
Thank you, Mr. Sheasley. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to amend the agenda to consider a motion on the applicant's request, as well as the city attorney's explanation of procedural issues that are currently under us for this proposed public hearing. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
Councilmember Smith.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to consider a motion on the public hearing scheduled for later this evening. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble. You're on mute, ma'am.
I've been having that problem tonight. Did it the earlier meeting too. I'm sorry about that. I am sorry that we're inconveniencing so many residents, folks who signed up for the hearing this evening, but I certainly see why this needs to be postponed. Will they have a clear understanding of what changes the applicant's making?
And so I can get into a little more detail when you're actually considering the motion to continue and not the amendment of the agenda, but essentially, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Is there any other discussion solely based on the motion that is out there and second for the purpose of amending our agenda? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. So all those in favor, please raise your hands in the chat window so your vote can be counted. And that is going to pass unanimously 6-0. Okay, next I'm looking for a motion and a second to amend the agenda by returning the zoning application to the Planning Commission at its next meeting for recommendation of the applicant's proposed modified zoning, and to continue to November 15, 2021, the public hearing on the Can-Am annexation and zoning and resolution 2021-61 and ordinances AN-259-21 and Z-964-21 with the republication of notice. Councilmember Madera.
Like to make the motion as stated.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to refer this back to the Planning Commission at their next meeting and to continue this till November 15, 2021. Is there any discussion?
If I may, Mayor, I just want to clarify that the next meeting of the Planning Commission is tomorrow night, so it'll be the November 2nd meeting for anybody listening. And to clarify for Councilmember Noble's question before, the applicant hopefully is listening currently and will detail those changes for the Planning Commission to review. I believe those will be highlighted. That's the purpose of returning the application for review. So yes.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Where I definitely understand the issue here, I just think it's not fair that all our residents have gotten, I mean, we always talk about involvement of our residents, and here we have over 30 plus residents willing to speak on this issue, and we're telling them, well, sorry, someone messed up, and now we have to go and postpone it. You know, we want to do this right, and but what assurance could we notify the people that have registered, giving them detail that this is going to happen so we could hear their voice, because I think their voice is important. I mean, again, we always talk about we want resident input, and now they signed up. A lot of them are passionate about it, and we're telling them, sorry guys, November 15th, please come back. Life happens. What if they can't come back? How do they submit it in writing? How do we still hear their voices? Because I think it's only fair for our residents. And I'm not too happy about this. Like, someone dropped the ball that this didn't happen 20 days prior, and it's a trickle down effect. If it affects everything for this case and down to our residents.
Mr. Sheasley?
Thank you. The clerk has his hand raised to indicate how he can notify people. I believe we did notify council or any registrants over the weekend that the matter was possibly going to be continued, but that they should appear, just so you're aware. And I believe he'll speak to that. Another thing to consider is that anyone won't have the benefit of a full review of the applications this evening and a full presentation of evidence, and so will benefit from a delay. And then I know that at least one person was unable to meet the deadline to register, and so you may have additional public involvement at the November 15th date.
Gibson?
Thank you, Mayor, and honorable members of the City Council. Yes, as Mr. Sheasley indicated, a number of persons registered to speak were notified both over the weekend and then as soon as registrations came in on Sunday and Monday up until the noon deadline. There were also a large number of persons that registered after the noon deadline that had indicated they were interested in this as well. To Councilmember Wardiola's point about informing members of how they can speak, it's my intention to notify everybody that was both approved and denied that registered after the deadline, both the Planning Commission registration live links, the written comment links, as well as the City Council November 15th written comment links and Zoom links as soon as they're made available. So everybody has ample time to re-register and properly file both their written and oral testimonies with the Planning Commission and City Council. So always want to make sure our citizens and residents are engaged as much as possible from the clerk's end. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor, and Councilmember Gordon. You raised a good point. I just want to be able to add to both Mr. Sheasley and Mr. Gibson's points that as this is remanded back to the Planning Commission, we as staff will also make efforts to reach out to the community so that we can make sure that they can get written comments to us as well, so that it could be included in the packets of material that the Planning Commission is taking into consideration, which ultimately then would be forwarded to the City Council as well. So we will take that extra step in making sure that we are communicating with the broader community to that extent.
I appreciate that. And for the residents that are hearing, we do apologize. And because of this technicality, we will, to benefit everybody, I think it's better to continue it. So we do apologize, and hopefully you get the notices that the city clerk and our city attorney and deputy city manager. So thank you, guys.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, Councilman Guardiola asked my first question already. So encourage everyone who can't make it on the 15th to submit your comments in writing, and we do take it seriously. And then for my second question, I just want to know what happened with this case, that it wasn't ready procedurally, and even though it was on the agenda, that we can't listen to it today.
Mr. Sheasley, Mr. Rogers, do you have an answer for that?
Yes, sir. First and foremost, a good question, Councilmember Madera. Obviously, what we experienced were some procedural oversights within community development as it related to the posting of the annexation report to the county and then receiving a finalized agreement by both the parties. So I will have to say we have to accept that we missed a couple of steps in the process. I will tell you that we are going back and making sure that we are refining the process to ensure that that doesn't occur going forward. But due to our deficiencies and oversights in making sure that we had the appropriate documentation shared with the county and that we had the finalized documentation in order for this to be on the agenda. Like I said, no excuse, but just a presentation of the facts of the deficiency, sir.
Okay, well, hopefully we tighten that process up and don't let this happen again.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Noble.
In reviewing the documentation that came with this agenda item, it seems as if the applicant has already started making changes. They may not have been yet agreed to with the city, but I would suggest that people read through those documents as well to see what direction the applicant is going now. I would also like to ask that these dates be changed, that the Planning Commission meeting of December be the date, and then following meeting would be the City Council. The reason for that is that the Planning Commission is on Election Day. Can that be accomplished?
Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have the answer to Councilmember Noble's question about changing the date. I would defer to Deputy Jason Rogers for that. But I wanted to clarify one thing for the citizens who already submitted written comments. My question is for the general group of the city clerk and deputy city manager and city attorney. They do not have to resubmit, do they? We can still use those same comments?
Correct. However, people may wish to resubmit comments because of if the item is reviewed by Planning Commission.
That makes sense. Thank you.
And as to Councilmember Noble's comment, I would just note that could be a motion to amend the pending motion. If you do want to consider that, though, you may want to hear from the applicant on that because of their interest in the processing of the application.
My interest is in our residents, and they're my boss. So I would like to make sure that the 36 people who are the attendees tonight get an opportunity to speak. And certainly our election is one of the most critical things that are happening in November as well. So I will make a motion to amend the motion. Do we have a motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor?
You have a motion on the floor. Before you make that motion, Mr. Madera, you were the motion maker. Are you willing to amend your motion?
I'm agreeable to that amendment.
And
Thank you.
the seconder of that motion was Councilmember Smith. Are you willing to amend yours?
Yes, but I don't think I was the seconder of this one.
Who was my
Mayor-
second on this one?
Mayor Huseman, I believe it was Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Alan Thomas, are you willing to make that amendment as well?
Yes.
Great. So the new motion and second that we have on the floor currently is to return this to the zoning application to the Planning Commission at the first meeting in December. And then all cases for the public hearing on the annexation and zoning and resolution 2021-61 and ordinances AN-259-21 and Z-964-21 would occur after that with republication of the notice. Am I clear on that, Mr. Sheasley?
Yes, the first Planning Commission in December, the Planning Commission in December, and then the following council meeting in December, which would be the second meeting in December.
Thank you. And Mr. Gibson, you have that?
Yes, sir. We'll be sure to provide those links as soon as they're available to the public.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this item? I'm a little bit conflicted on this. Unfortunately, I feel that our hands have been tied in the fact that procedure wasn't followed. And so we have no choice as a city council but to refer this back. But I'm conflicted on the idea of referring it back to the Planning Commission, and I'm conflicted on the fact that we have 36, 37 residents who have signed up to speak, as well as those that are watching. And I know that there is an online petition that has been signed that over 700 people have voiced an opinion regarding this case, and they have probably taken time out of their day, out of their evening, in order to come here and either watch virtually or participate. And so I'm a little conflicted over what we do with this. And it's frustrating to be in this situation where we have people who are engaged, as Councilman Wadiola said, wanting to exercise their rights as citizens and residents in our community. And yet they're going to be put on hold for another 6 weeks at least. And now actually we're probably going to be up to 8 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever it is before that's there. That's definitely not fair to the residents. Under the procedural, will support the fact that we have to kick this back. However, out of principle, I cannot support doing this, especially in the manner that it is going back and who it is going back to. So it's going to be a no vote for me. Mr. Sheasley?
I was just confirming something with the Deputy City Attorney that Planning Commission on an election day is automatically rescheduled to Wednesday per their bylaws, I believe. And so if you wanted to consider that, I know it's been modified, but I just wanted to make that available for council. But it, as you have it, is how you want it, and that is appropriate.
Council Member Noble?
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I'm conflicted on this too. And my question for Mr. Sheasley is, why do they get another cut at the apple? They were already before the Planning Commission, and then it was supposed to come before us. Instead, because of this procedural problem on the city's, that the city did, now the applicant gets to go back and change their application and be reheard by the Planning Commission, which had already rejected their application. I'm very confused.
So let me clarify. This is not the applicant having a second bite at the apple. I think it's more important to view it as the City Council getting the benefit of having Planning Commission review a revision that the applicant was going to propose to you anyway, should the hearing and matter have proceeded tonight. So you will have the benefit of that and the additional scrutiny from your Planning Commission. And from additional input from the public. And so it's not an opportunity for the applicant to have a second bite. The technical defect of the impact report is not the sole issue. The lack of a complete annexation agreement is something that would prevent you from acting on the annexation ordinance itself. As I have indicated, the option does remain for council to require the hearings to proceed tonight, but you would be inhibited in what you would be able to consider or act on. And so you would have the benefit of additional review. I do not know how the applicant would respond to proceeding tonight with a hearing. It is an application that is within their control to continue or not continue with it. They could withdraw their application entirely. And resubmit at a later date. And so those are the options that remain. It is not offering a second bite of the apple to the applicant. I do want to clarify that.
Thank you very much. And they have, however, begun to change their application. And there are people who might be speaking tonight who only know the application as it was presented to the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, in any land use case, you may hear an applicant revise a submittal between Planning Commission and the review by the City Council. And so City Council then would have to determine how it would want to respond to those changes. And do they want to take up a matter without the benefit of Planning Commission review?
So our other option would be to listen to everyone tonight, speak on something, that may or may not be before us when the applicant returns.
That's correct.
Oh, man. Okay, thank you.
And to clarify, that is if you also chose to return this to Planning Commission. If you chose to not return it to Planning Commission and hear the testimony tonight, you could continue it after hearing the testimony, but you may not receive much benefit from the testimony because of the potential for the applicant's revision that they've put forward, which you could accept or not accept in the same way that you could accept the Planning Commission's recommendation or not accept the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Sheasley, what is the pros of us hearing out our residents tonight? What are the cons of hearing out our residents tonight? Because again, I echo what the mayor and what Councilwoman Noble, we always talk about, we want you to be at our meetings, and today they're at our meeting, passionate, getting involved, and it's like, oh, and I too kind of feel what Councilwoman was saying is they're already making revisions. So they must have saw something and they're making revisions so they could go back to the Planning Commission and make their application better or worse, I don't know. So it is kind of, so please explain what's the pros of us hearing the 37 plus residents, what's the con?
I will do what I can on weighing those
Definitely.
pros and cons from a legal perspective.
Thank you.
From a legal perspective, it is unnecessary to hear testimony if you're continuing the matter, and there will be another opportunity for people to be heard. From your policy perspective and your level of engagement, you have identified the benefit of it because, as you have summarized there, the downside, as we mentioned, is that what you may be considering is not, the comments may not address what you are considering or are being asked now to consider by the applicant. And so you could hear people out, but you also don't want, if you make a decision on this at a later date, those comments may be stale in your mind. And I think it is clear in the packet that the applicant heard things at Planning Commission and revised their application, presumably attempting to address some of the concerns that they heard. I'm not speaking to whether that was done successfully or not. I don't know the details of the concerns or the application. And so I think it is important to realize this is not shutting down testimony or attempting to inhibit testimony. There is an opportunity for greater public input here as well. So those are some things that you could consider. But again, from a legal perspective, it isn't necessary for the council tonight because your actions would be inhibited. And so you would have testimony that is closer to the time of decision if you delay it.
And I agree, and I just think though it's not, you know, it's a lot of people work and they're taking the time out of their day to be here. We were all elected, we chose, and our residents, some have 2 to 3 jobs, so it's not that we're not taking their consideration, it's being considered about their time. And so I have a hard time with this, I really do. What if it doesn't pass and it goes back? Do we just hear it out?
So tonight you have a hearing scheduled. You have to open a public hearing because you've scheduled it and under state law. You have to open it. You could ask staff to present. You could ask the applicant if they want to present. You could allow the applicant to defer their presentation. And you could hear people. If you do hear more than an hour of testimony, you're not required to provide additional notice. And we can continue this just 2 weeks. Well, it would actually need to be until the first meeting in November, because of the time delay for providing the information to the Board of County Commissioners. So you could do that though and have an earlier decision. So you could proceed with it and hear the testimony, but you could not ultimately act. You would reopen the hearing at a later date and hear additional testimony, which could conflict with what you're hearing tonight, potentially. You would not, and then you wouldn't necessarily, you could also end up at the end of that public hearing and then say, we actually do want to send this back to Planning Commission, and end up in the same place you are now. With the same decision you're discussing now.
Could folks, if we do hear it out and it does, could they still testify in 2 weeks or after November 18th again?
My inclination would be no. If people have already testified on a matter, the time limit is three 3 minutes per speaker. And unless there is a substantive change, it goes back to planning commission. There wouldn't be anything new for people to add. So
What about new people?
yes, it would be a continuation of the public hearing. So yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
I would like to understand better the procedural process that allows the applicant to go back to the planning commission. I understand that there was a mistake made and that's why this is being delayed. But why are they having an opportunity to go back to the planning commission?
The return to the planning commission, council member, is something that is entirely within council's discretion because the applicant has identified changes that it could make to its application. It isn't necessary to go back to planning commission, but the planning commission exists to provide recommendations to council because they solely focus on planning issues. And so it is not a get to, it is a request, and they are asking the city council to allow them to go back so that you can have the benefit of a recommendation on the zoning that they wish to proceed with and are asking council to adopt. If everything had gone according to statute and we had an annexation agreement tonight, and you were considering the recommendation from the planning commission under our charter, it would require 5 votes to overrule the recommendations of the planning commission. And so that would, I mentioned that because that would be to either adopt the zoning as it was initially proposed, or to adopt the zoning as the applicant is now recommending it, because requesting, because the council has the ability to condition zoning, because council has the ability to disagree with the planning commission. And so again, it is not a get to, it is a motion of council to say, we want more feedback. And you could do that on any land use application that comes before you and say, the information you provided us, planning commission, isn't sufficient. We don't think, we want more, or we think some new things have come to light. And you see this frequently in other cities. There are iterations of applications that go back and forth between council and planning commission, or planning commission and staff, because they simply aren't ready, or the community has input to be addressed.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I don't think it was presented that way at the beginning. We were given the impression, at least I was, that it was planning commission and then back to us again. So I didn't know that we had the option of one way or the other of including the planning commission. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. So Mr. Sheasley, we don't have to send it back to the planning commission, correct? We can just, in a couple weeks, vote on whatever they have or whatever they've submitted?
Correct. The only caveat is that you would need to wait the 20 days from when it was provided to when the impact report was provided, at a minimum. And I'm sorry, there's a math here and I'm not good at it. I believe that was provided on the 29th. And so if you hear an hour of testimony tonight, you could schedule the continuation of the public hearing at least 20 days from September 29th. Anytime after that, I think that matches up with your first meeting in November. If you don't have an hour of testimony, you'll need to renotice it as required by state law, which includes some registered mailing to government entities and posting for at least 4 weeks in newspapers. And that 1 hour thing is a creature of state law. The materials have to be too voluminous to take in one night.
So if we don't send it back to the planning commission, can the applicant come back when they come back in front of council with those changes?
Land use applicants, because they are requesting something from the city, are entitled to ask what they want from the city council.
Okay.
And so, yes, they could still present those. But as I mentioned, it would be the same as overruling the recommendation of the planning commission to adopt those.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Hearing the comments from council, one thing that I think our staff would recommend to the applicant is one, to have an additional neighborhood meeting, given that they are making changes to their PUD, to continue to have that discussion, to continue to receive feedback that can further communicate to you the concerns, the comments, the issues as that comes forward, either if you remand it back to Planning Commission or if you keep it at the City Council level. I will also note that staff, as part of its council communication, if they are making changes, would outline in great detail what those changes are, from the original proposal that was heard by Planning Commission to the proposal that they would want to bring forward to you for your discussion. That is in the event that you all do not remand it back to the Planning Commission. If it was remanded back to Planning Commission, we would still incorporate that information as part of the Planning Commission staff report, so that we are allowing to establish a baseline for those that participated at the original meeting in August, to then be able to understand the changes that have been made up into that time frame, so that they would still be able to continue to provide comment and knowing what is moving forward for discussion. So wanted to provide you all with that information and thoughts in our engagement that we would go back to the applicant to go back out and have another neighborhood meeting in the absence of a discussion and decision tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Councilmember Noble.
I'm sorry to speak one more time, but as a former community activist who spoke before City Council on many occasions, I would personally have wanted to speak to whatever the change is, as opposed to what had been provided previously. So I will go ahead and accept this, particularly with Mr. Rogers saying that the applicant will have a neighborhood meeting with the community that is well noticed, and that also it will be very detailed in the description about what the changes are that are upcoming. And I just really appreciate everyone's involvement and engagement, but I want you to be able to comment on what's going to actually be before us, as opposed to what was before the Planning Commission.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to continue my objection. I think that I see value in allowing those residents that want to testify on any changes that are brought before us, but I think that there are probably some residents who have signed up to speak who are steadfast in their opinion, and no change is going to change that. And I'd rather hear those opinions now that they've signed up for it. So again, for this particular motion to amend the agenda in this manner and continue the item, I'm still a no on that. That being said, we're going to do a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion that is out there, please raise your hand in the chat window for your vote to be counted. And that motion is going to fail 3-3. Okay, so we will get to the public hearing portion later in the meeting, and then at that point I'm sure that we will have some form of continuation that goes after opening up the public comment for that. If you have signed up to speak for this public hearing and you have heard everything that was discussed here, and you understand whether you want to testify during this public hearing or if you would like to wait until after everything has been amended, then you have that decision to, whenever your name is called, to let us know that you're not going to speak at this hearing and you would rather speak at a future hearing. So you have the ability to make that decision when it comes to that. We're now going to move on to public comment. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. Per council policy, citizen communication cannot occur before the time stated in the agenda without council approval. The estimated time in the agenda for citizen communication is 6:45 p.m. The time is now 7:34 p.m., so no action needs to be taken. The City Council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. That includes the public hearing case that we were discussing this evening. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advanced registration in order to participate in citizen communication for this meeting. If you're currently in this meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask questions, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. We have 3 individuals who have signed up to speak this evening. The first is Rana Sanchez.
Rana, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Okay, thank you. Rana Sanchez, 10680 Waco Street in Commerce City. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you. I have a question for whoever puts the agenda together and also who does the city manager's report. I'm not the council or the city manager. My question is this. In the past, there was an item on the agenda for every meeting that said oil and gas monthly update. Same thing for the city manager's report. That was important to me because I'm opposed to any drilling in neighborhoods, as that exposes those people living in those neighborhoods to toxic cancer-causing chemicals. I noticed that recently the oil and gas monthly update has been hidden now and does not appear as an item on the agenda or on the city manager's report, but it's cleverly hidden under environmental planning and policy monthly update. I'm not sure why this happened, since oil and gas development should clearly not be part of environmental planning. It should be part of anti-environmental planning. Anyway, those of us following the oil and gas development in Commerce City might be led to believe that this is a dead issue since it's not on the agenda or city manager's report like it used to be. I know that's hardly the case since extraction oil is back to trying to ruin this community by drilling new wells here. At any rate, the council and city manager have repeatedly said they are all about transparency in government. And if that is true, I would request that you go back to telling the community what you are doing on the agenda and city manager's report instead of burying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening. Next up is Steve Douglas.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Steve, whenever you're ready.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for continuing citizens communication via Zoom. I'd like to highlight the study session from 12/14/2020 Development Partnership and Request to extend the reunion sales use tax reimbursement agreement. This is a zero-sum game for the city of Commerce City to continue in this process to keep handing out the sales and use tax as a share back. Oakwood has deviated its agreement with 27J School District with contributing to the Capital Fee Foundation. Oakwood started their own Capital Fee Foundation that all the builders within their filings have to contribute, I believe, around $865 per home. So when Oakwood wants to do something, it's okay for them to disagree with the current agreement and start their own. But in this case, they would like to continue it. Oakwood has requested the city extending agreement to reimbursing a portion of the sales and use tax generated within the development to be used by Oakwood while building public improvements. The extension will allow Oakwood to proceed with the current plan developed in the Reunion Center. Most of these public improvements are normal city responsibility. Reimbursement for the Reunion building public improvements that were responsible to the city revenue share was around what was set at 33% or 3% and 33% of building permit fees. Also, road impact fees would be credited to the Reunion rather than to the landowner. So fast forward here,
their subdivision transportation is now almost $140 million. Potential drain is about 64 million. There has not been any movement on their sports entertainment authority and the Grange Food Hall and the sports venue. So I urge you, please, no vote on the Master Development Agreement extension, sales and use tax extension. Also, please consider increasing housing permit fees and road impact fees. One last note, the city proposed the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District issue 6B 295 million. If that passes, this would help also not only just help the city, but also with Oakwood. And they're hoping that this will pass because that will help them with their development. But also that would not be good for the people who live in the Dunes and River Run and River Oaks because they wouldn't use those facilities. So, and the fact that there's an ad valorem tax increase as well. And people need to know what that is. So thank you for my time to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Douglas? Seeing none, thank you for your time this evening. We'll now move on to Mrs. Douglas.
Steve, I'm assuming Christy is there with you?
Yes.
You're assuming right. Thank you so much, Dylan.
Perfect.
Good evening.
Christy, whenever you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, very good. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would really like to piggyback on what my husband, Steve Douglas, just talked about. I've been, first of all, what I would like to do is thank the council members who acknowledged that the council serves the residents. And you did that tonight. And so for those of you who stood up to say that the council serves the residents, thank you so much. I really appreciate that because that's not what I've been seeing lately. I've been watching council meetings, study sessions, and planning commission meetings, and I've definitely made some observations. Last week, there was a hearing on a major housing development, and some people, council people, brought up concerns that were, I thought, very relevant. But the response from the developer was very vague and inadequate, and in my opinion, was almost misleading. You're really, from what I can see, you're allowing the developers to have control without scrutiny over what they do in the city. And I want to remind you that it's our taxpayer money that enables them to do what they do because of the way that the metro districts are set up right now. And what I've been seeing is that it's kind of been a developer's paradise. So tonight on the agenda, there is a presentation called Reunion Consolidated Development Agreement. And the staff is seeking the following from the council: either support for an amendment and restated consolidated development agreement as presented, or what I would recommend, to enter executive session to discuss negotiating terms, conditions, and position on development agreement and structure. You have to take the time to look at what these people are asking for. They have had this agreement in place for 20 years. They're asking for another 20 years. They have had that time. Just because a new developer comes in and takes over does not mean that they get to start all over again. That is actually 1% of the 3% that we're getting as our tax base. This is not right. Please take your time on this. And if I had my way, you would all vote no on this because this is not a good deal for the citizens. It's a sweet deal for the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy Douglas. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time again. I'd like to thank everybody for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. Next, we're going to move on to proclamation. We have a proclamation declaring October 2021 as Code Enforcement Month in Commerce City. Will the city clerk please read the proclamation?
Whereas Commerce City code enforcement officials are dedicated, well-trained, and highly responsible individuals who are committed to improving neighborhoods in the course of their daily duties, and whereas many dedicated officials provide for the safety, health, and welfare of our citizens through the enforcement of ordinances and codes in the areas of building, zoning, and property maintenance, among others, and whereas through valuable training to enhance the professionalism and consistency of code enforcement efforts, officers work together to improve the quality of life, and whereas the Governor of Colorado and the Colorado Association of Code Enforcement Officials have declared October as Code Enforcement Month, now therefore it is hereby proclaimed that the City Council of Commerce City declares October as Code Enforcement Month, recognizing the importance of the code enforcement within Commerce City.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Alan Thomas.
So moved.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring October 2021 as Code Enforcement Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Okay, before we vote, I'd like to just thank all our code enforcement employees in the city who go out there every day in order to try to make the city a better place to live for all of our residents. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your hand in the physical chat window so that your vote can be counted, and that'll pass 6-0. Next, we have noticed council business. We have one item here, which is suspension of administrative subdivision approvals temporarily. I would like to invite Councilmember Noble to introduce her request and make a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to preface this by saying that we have experienced exponential growth, particularly in housing in North Commerce City. And we certainly know between current residents and new residents, the need for schools and retail and restaurants and youth activities. We want to ensure that these needs are met as we grow. Our system, though, is set up so that there is administrative review so long as an application fits within the uses, the allowable uses. And those are in many cases quite broad, as perhaps the discussion earlier indicated. And so while this is strictly a motion that is to suggest that we can be more intentional about development in Commerce City. And currently, as I noted, as long as applications fit within a broad range of uses, particularly if they are PUDs, then they can be approved administratively. We rarely see applications as they come in. And as I drive through my ward, Ward 4, which has tremendous amount of housing going on and building going on, I would like to make a motion to address that. And this developed from a conversation with Mayor Huseman, and I would say that both of us are bringing this motion forward. So here is the motion. I move for the City Council to request that from now through April 4th, 2022, all final plats be reviewed through a public hearing process as provided in section 21-3241, parentheses 2, parentheses, parentheses B, parentheses of the Land Development Code, and for the City Council to direct staff to present an ordinance on October 18th to make final plats subject to council approval through April 4th, 2022.
Mr. Sheasley?
Thank you, Mayor. Before you get a second, I just want to clarify the motion that the intent is to have there's going to be kind of a standing request that all subdivision applications come before council for review through April 4th of next year. But then we would have an ordinance doing the same thing, or would you want the ordinance to be permanent? Because you only would need one, essentially.
Yes, I said that the ordinance would be through April 4th, 2022, but it could be permanent.
Okay, I heard the April 4th in your
I did say
request as
that.
well, so I understand.
I did say it. Okay.
Thank
So it
you.
would be this action this evening and then an ordinance on October 18th.
Okay, and what I'm mentioning is that you would only need the first half in order to affect what you're doing, unless you, well, never mind, you can have it as you want it because of the permanency of the matter. So I understand.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. It's a combination.
And then, okay, Mayor, once you have a second, I would like to just address during your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a motion to temporarily suspend the administrative subdivision process on plat approvals. Is there a second? Councilmember Smith?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to temporarily suspend administrative subdivision process on plat approvals. Is there any discussion? Start with Mr. Tinklenberg, then I'm going to go to Mr. Sheasley, and then I'll go to Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment and request. So background information, and Mr. Rogers can fill this in far better than I can because he knows that process far better than I do. But wanted to say that administrative subdivisions can be approved only within certain parameters. So just wanted to give that context and then make a request. And my request is that you consider doing that for residential subdivisions only and not commercial or industrial. So that would be my request for your consideration. Thank you.
You're on mute, Mayor.
Okay, prior to going to Mr. Sheasley and Councilmember Dare, I'm going to go back to Councilmember Noble for the request to make this residential only. Councilmember Noble? Mr.
Oh, I thought you were having Councilmember Madera speak.
Not yet.
Do you want me to address Mr. Tinklenberg's comment?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tinklenberg, for your contribution. And yes, I would like it to be for all because it would take into account the comprehensive plan of 2010 as well as future land use to ensure that we're conforming and reflecting residents' desires.
Well, approvals have to conform with the land use plan and the comprehensive plan as it exists. The reason I'm making the request is if you in effect call up all of them, you start to have a chilling effect on the development that pays the bills for the city. So that's the reason for my proposing that to you and requesting that consideration.
Councilmember Noble?
At this juncture, I decline, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Mr. Sheasley?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, in that comment, I got a little bit lost, but I did want to note that I wanted to clarify, this would essentially institutionalize the request that was made with regard to the Oakwood plat a few months ago here, whereby all plats can come up to city council under a number of circumstances, one of which being council makes a request, and that's what this would do. But I do want to clarify that administrative approvals of subdivision applications and plat applications are subject to the same exact criteria that would bind council in their review. I'm not minimizing the importance of council review in any way. I just wanted everyone to be aware that you would be asked to apply the same criteria that staff applies, that the Director of Community Development applies in reviewing plats through a quasi judicial process. And your evidence that you develop in the record and at a hearing would have to be applied to those criteria in making that decision. Just so that you're aware that that's the task that would be presented to you and what you would be able to do with that.
Yes, thank you very much. And it does bring attention to something else that I have requested for the future, which is to have a study session on our zoning and land use, which is currently far too broad, and we need zoning rather than the PUDs that allow an excessive variety of uses. So they would work together.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I just got a few questions, I guess. In terms of workload, what are we looking at? I mean, our meetings almost all already go over. So I guess, Mr. Rogers, is that something that you could give us, just a general vicinity of workload?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Councilmember Madera. Currently, we have, like I said, 187 active applications. I would say 45 to 50 plus or minus, depending upon the month. We have active of those are administrative subdivision applications, both commercial, non-residential, and residential combined.
So those will be 45 separate cases that we'd be hearing in essentially 2 meetings a month?
Yes, sir.
So I guess, assume that they take as long as all these other hearings, like the one that we had at our last meeting. Is that even something that's feasible to do? And
so yes, sir, it is feasible. I would say it will extend the time frame for an applicant to be able to get through the process. I think to City Manager Tinklenberg's comments, as we are once again trying to drive economic development here within the city, what we've come to understand is that growth and development with respect to retail and into non-commercial and primary employment follows rooftops. Yes, are we experiencing an inexorable amount of growth with residential? Not going to argue that statement. We'll agree with you with that statement. We are seeing record highs. But in those record highs, we have seen the trickle-down effect of the benefit of the various retail and commercial sectors paying more attention to our growth and development because of that. So it is a double-edged blade. Now, in that, I will share with you, the development community has always communicated to us predictability, certainty, and understanding the process is key for, once again, being able to deliver the goals of the community, the goals of the city, the goals of the council. So I would say, while yes, we can do it, it could create a level of risk by the development community because of I would say we would not be able to establish a predictable process. We would have to establish a practice to be able to balance the amount of workload on the agendas for council, but as well for staff for the additional steps in process. I do have an additional statement for council, just once again, to put on offer for your thoughts and your consideration to both Robert and to both Roger's comments as the city attorney and city manager. We have the approval criteria that states that the subdivision is consistent with any approved rezoning, concept plan, or PUD on doc. That is the #1 approval criteria under the Land Development Code. Whereas the subdivision is quite frankly, the effective delineation of your lots, your roadways, your drainage areas, your tracks. It's once again confirming and effectuating the PUD zone document that you have in place. It's not serving as a tool for ensuring that the various land uses that are being proposed as part of that admin subdivision case is compliant with the comp plan. The comp plan sets that framework. It sets the tool for being able to guide more specific development and more specific development planning, but not a specific development project in and of itself. That is the PUD document itself. I agree. that we need to do a better job on our planned unit development zone documents to get away from what I will call the kitchen sink approach, which is you can do anything and everything underneath the sun within a planning area. And we need to be more strategic and tactical in how we think about PUDs going forward as it relates to, particularly if we're dealing with mixed use, a commercial residential mechanism that requires either through design, vertical development, once again, putting residential over retail, or having a trigger of X percentage of residential and commercial have to go with each development project, or even looking at other provisions that talk about effectuation of PUDs in the onset, that if they don't deliver on that specific strategic planning effort, that they are stale, as we will call it in the planning world, and they are no longer to be able to be moved forward unless they are accomplishing the vision from the comp plan. So if we're truly trying to affect the delivery of appropriate land uses, balanced land uses, I would state that your best ability in being able to determine that and to affect that being at the zoning level and not the administrative subdivision case, which is once again a capture of what's already been allowed, what's already been approved, what's already been discussed previously through council decisions in the past and or in the present, to then be able to really then ensure that we are delivering what the community is looking for.
Okay. So, it sounds to me like this is in essence just doubling up the work and extending the timeline, for development, because those PUD documents come before council and are approved by this council. So when we, in essence, then create the criteria that we're going to be examining these subdivision cases for. So, I do agree with you that, where we really need to be having more focus is on those PUD documents. And when they do come before council and even before staff, before they get to council, is to really tailor those down to where they're really representative of what we want to see in the community and not have this, kitchen sink approach, as you put it. So to me, I think that's a better approach. I just fear that, going this route where we're going to have to approve every subdivision is just going to take an inordinate amount of time, and it's going to take away from other council business. And it's really just going to set us back. Not only that, but it's really a show of bad faith in our staff, because now that we're trying to micromanage every case that comes before the city, we're really taking out of the hands of staff and out of the hands of the experts that are doing this every day. This isn't what we do every day. So our perception is more broad in terms of what we want to see in the city. And, I think we really need to focus on those PUDs and have staff help us with those PUDs to really tailor them to our comprehensive plan.
Before I move on to Councilmember Allen Thomas and Councilmember Smith, I do want to address a comment, Mr. Rogers. You said that there are any given month between 45 and 50 administrative subdivision approvals that take place. I can't think of receiving 45 to 50 emails a month stating that it's there and out for public comment. So can you clarify a little bit about what that comment was?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. What I meant, if it did not come across, we have 45 to 50 active administrative subdivision cases that are, I would say we are on average approving administratively somewhere between 3 to 4. Now, once again, this is my estimation of looking at the most recent month, 3 to 4 subdivision cases in a given month. That being said, that can obviously adjust depending upon when we are at in the life cycle of a project. If they've been able to address all of the comments, we could easily approve much more than just 4 or 3 or 4 in a month, but that's where our typical average is. We may spike one month of having maybe up to 8 approvals or up to 10 approvals. But I would say across the year, we're averaging, I would say between 45 to 50 monthly active administrative subdivision cases.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And every case that gets approved or every case that is under review is emailed to all the members of the city council for review?
That is correct, sir. So as part of our approval process, we are required to provide a council communication to the city council. We also provide posting of the property for adjacent property owners if they have concerns or issues or would like to file an obligation to the city. It is then upon that receipt of objection, we can then call that item up or required to call that item up to the city council for its consideration. City council, once that you receive that council communication during that 10-day window or period for posting for approval, as we call it, can make a request at a special meeting or at a city council regular meeting or study session for that item to be held, no different than what was held for the Reunion Ridge Filing 1 Amendment 4 case that was heard last month.
Thank you. And so you answered another question. There's basically a 10-day window from the time that that email goes out to council to the time that that window closes. And when we have meetings that are 14 days apart, if we have a meeting or a notice go out in the middle of that, we may not have an opportunity to call that case up without calling a special meeting. If we get into some of the holiday months where we don't have a meeting on Monday, we could go 3 weeks without a meeting, 4 weeks, 5 weeks without a meeting. And so therefore, again, requires a special meeting to be called. And we have to set all that process up in order to call that case up because we have to stick with that 10-day timeline, correct?
Correct, sir. But I would also communicate that we have the opportunity, obviously, as council does, to make provisional changes to the land development code if you sought to extend that noticing period to allow for additional days to align better with regular meeting calendars and other effects. Robert's probably kicking me underneath the table to make sure I'm not saying anything inaccurately, but you do have that opportunity and ability as well. Robert?
I'm going to kick over the table and just note that, and while it doesn't solve the question of council's notification of the subdivisions at a certain time, council can request that a case be called up at any time before approval, not between the period of notification to council and the end of that time. And so another alternative could be a report on subdivisions that are pending potentially, and council could decide which ones it wants to pull up in the future. So there are other options out there, but I just wanted to clarify that time frame.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. Did council receive emails on marijuana stores? Or are we getting notifications on those?
I will have to rely on the city clerk to speak in regards to that matter, given that his office handles marijuana licenses. Dylan, can you speak to that?
The city clerk's office does not provide regular monthly or quarterly reports like community development does for marijuana licensing. Whenever an application is submitted and a hearing is scheduled for the hearing officer that city council is appointed to consider the application, postcards go out to the neighborhood surrounding the business. So anybody that lives within the neighborhood gets a mailed notice. Oftentimes, it's actually required that applicants hire a survey company as well to survey the needs and desires of the neighborhood. And then the hearing is publicly noticed, like a city council meeting, a board or commission meeting, where anybody can register to sign up and speak on the hearing for consideration of the application. But depending on the hearing officer's ruling, whether it's approved, conditionally approved, or denied, those notices don't go out to city council, no. At this time, at least. If council would like that information, we're always happy to provide as much information as we can in my office.
So that doesn't fall under the land development code then?
No. Building and zoning have a role in reviewing applications, typically during the pre-application phase, along with the fire department and a couple other entities in the community that would have a responsibility if something were to happen with the facility, police department, our local police department as well. But no, those are not land use cases unless an applicant, and I can't think of an instance, would request a zoning change. Our marijuana zoning code and the land development code's pretty Loctite though.
'Cause I don't know how the mayor and other council members feel, but I would like to be notified, you know, when those are occurring as well, 'cause especially in the south and in my ward, they keep popping up everywhere. I mean, there's so many of them, like off of Quebec, at least 5 within a 3-mile radius. So, you know, I would like to see that happen. And then I also agree with the mayor and council member Noble. I would like a specific planning meeting as well, or a study session to address this in more depth. Because like I want to know also, does the weeds fall under land development code?
If I may ask, ma'am, in specificity, what do you mean by weeds? Are we still talking about marijuana? Are we talking about?
No, I'm
mold
done
weed?
with marijuana. I'm talking about weeds as in growth plants, not marijuana anymore. Like growth weeds, does that fall under plants in yards and upkeep?
So that falls under our municipal code, Title 6, under nuisances. No different than the code we brought forward to you all, I would say earlier this year, when we updated various heights and requirements to that section of the code.
Okay, because I think I agree with the mayor and councilwoman Noble. You know, it would be nice to have a more study session to get a better understanding of commercial development and retail and et cetera. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
And if I may add, council member and mayor, you know, it was the staff's intent for the second meeting in November to bring forward a study session on a very strategic approach of how we wanted to move forward with PUDs going forward in the city, as it relates to review and as it relates to when looking at mixed use or looking at the planning areas that may have a horizontal break of commercial and residential, how to approach that and how to, quite frankly, tighten those up as it relates from a land use perspective within those future zone documents.
So you're saying it will be covered then in November?
The second meeting of November, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Jason, you kind of answered my question already. What would it take to just address the kitchen sink PUD thing, like approach?
Yeah, we have a number of different tools that we can begin applying. Some are administratively done as far as the review of the existing process that we have. Like I said, we can apply certain triggers within various development standards attached to PUD zone docs. So once again, this is looking at requiring a minimum floor area ratio where we're within mixed use districts, requiring a certain percentage of development to occur with residential development. So non-residential, so 70-30 split, 60-40 split, 50-50 split. We can look at hardlining zoning within mixed use areas. So having an area, let's just pick on 104th corridor, that may be mixed use. We may want to protect the frontage of 104th. So we would split zone that, to which the front half of that would be for commercial, whereas the rear half would be for residential. So that way you clearly know that you're going to have a commercial land use along the prime real estate of 104th. The other aspect is requiring commercial, non-residential to be vertically integrated into buildings, into construction practices and design. And like I said, a much more developed that would require a land development code change is looking at an effectuation tool for PUD zone documents that would require them to have highly specialized PUD zone docs, and that they wouldn't be able to move forward with that PUD. So they would have a base zone district. And in that base zone district, you could only do commercial land uses per se, until they brought in a very specialized PUD permit and plat that then effectuated to PUD. So that way they just wouldn't be able to move forward with just either residential, industrial, commercial, who knows within that planning area, So much more tactical of approach. But it would be in this November study session that we would go through all of those various tools and next steps.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then my next question, when the subdivision cases get sent out, you said we have 10 days. Is that 10 just straight days or is it 10 business days? Like, do weekends count?
So we do 10 business days.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to reiterate that as Mayor Huseman pointed out, that the number of cases would be around 3 to 5 per month. The motion is only for 6 months. It's not in perpetuity. And in addition, I looked at the city manager's update, and my request for land use and PUD study session is not in November. It doesn't show in November. So I am glad to know that that it will be happening, but the city manager update as of October 1st does not include a PUD discussion, but I'm glad it will be occurring.
Mr. Sheasley, you have your hand up?
My apologies.
All right. Like I don't think this fixes every problem that we have. But I will tell you there are reasons why I think this is a prudent action for us to take at this time. You know, our staff is tremendously overworked. We know that. We know that they are doing everything that they can to push through as many single family home permits as they can, as well as focus on the things that are important to us, the commercial piece, and also the things that pay the bills with the industrial piece. There's a reason why this is only out for 6 months. It's to give us a chance to kind of, for lack of better words, get things under control. Now, as much as I love our development review team, I've yet to see a single resident out there say, boy, the development review team is not doing their job. What they are doing is they're saying the city council is not doing their job because they continue to allow all these houses to be built without the infrastructure in place in order to support all the houses. And so in November, we're going to have multiple bond issues that are out there to help catch up. But even as we heard from the school district a couple weeks ago, the catch up isn't even a catch up. The catch up doesn't even get us to where we truly need to be in order to be on level ground. Because the schools that are allocated for homes that are currently under construction aren't even on the bond for this year. The bond this year is going to cover homes that were built in the last 3 to 5 years. We're that far behind. Now, one of the development criteria, and Mr. Sheasley can correct me if I'm wrong, is that these developments are not supposed to have an impact on the surrounding individuals. Is that correct? That one of the development criteria that I remember hearing constantly?
You're going to have to bear with me while I confirm that. There are considerations of adverse impact to adjacent properties that is typically referred to as a substantial or undue adverse effect, not just no effect.
Okay.
And there is an account for mitigation.
Okay. So adverse impact. Every single home in 27J is experiencing an adverse impact if this bond passes, because they have to continue paying money in order to facilitate the continued development. Every single home in the NIGID has an adverse impact because there's a bond out there that is going to allow us to take more money out, which is going to extend the time we pay back those bonds in order to put in the infrastructure that is necessary for the amount of homes that are going in. So there's an adverse impact that exists out there. It's well stated, and we all know it. Again, I don't think this is the silver bullet that solves everything. I am very happy to hear that our planning department is looking at ways that we can change the PUD process, at ways that we can make the PUD process better and more suited for a developing community instead of the traditional bait and switch that we continue to see happening. And that's exactly what it is. Because I know I sat there during those public hearings and seeing mixed use, and mixed use to me says, great, there is a mixture of uses. Mixed use to me is not we're just going to put high density houses in there and call it mixed use. That's not mixed use. That's high density housing. That's a single use. So it's incumbent on us for a short amount of time that is specified here to take this under our wing and take ownership of it. Because one thing I definitely do not want to be doing is telling a resident who asks, why are these houses being built? It was approved administratively. There was nothing I could do about it. I don't like that answer. And so therefore I support this conditionally. I support it on the residential piece only. I do not support it on the commercial and the industrial piece because I do not want to slow that process up. And I do hope that the motion maker will consider again making an amendment so that we are focused on where we need to put the focus now and not tie up the commercial and industrial development that is continuing to pay the bill. You know, 4 years ago, it's not even several years ago, 4 years ago, our city budget was roughly $80 million. This year, our city budget is going to probably be about $109 million. That's $30 million in increase that we're seeing in that short amount of time. And that's because of the increased commercial and industrial space that we're seeing. And if we want to continue to fund things like our public safety, better parks, better fitness centers, better recreation trails, we need to make sure that we clear the path and make sure that the mechanism for getting those fully funded continues to go. So again, I fully vet, this is not the silver bullet. It's not going to fix everything. But what it is going to do is it's going to allow us to take ownership and responsibility for what we're seeing taking place in the city. And I think that we owe it to the residents as the elected individuals that sit on this council to do that. Councilmember Noble.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Since you and I are doing this collaboratively, I do respect your opinion regarding the commercial, but could you explain that further to me? It does then, you know, I think about things, applications that are coming forward in areas where commercial, singular commercial in a PUD, for example, is coming forward on a where they might have expected homes or something. So we have opposite problems that we're dealing with also. So if you could just explain to me further why you think commercial should be left out, I would appreciate that. We didn't have that conversation, so it would be helpful to me if you would.
You know, what I want to do is make sure that we talk all the time, actually, you know, residents, I say, well, why don't you give tax incentives and why don't you give, you know, tax credits and, you know, I mean, we have a resolution out there that waives our development fees for sit down restaurants and things like that. But I'm reminded by probably the most poignant comment that I learned a year ago at Bison Ridge Recreation Center, whenever we had the conference there for economic development. And one of the keynote speakers said, you cannot incentivize your way out of bad policy. And, you know, I think we also heard from the site development conference that most of us attended, that one of the things that they are looking at is not just a dollar is a dollar, but they're also looking at how easy is it for us to be able to get our projects through the governing body and things like that. And so for commercial projects, especially, I don't want to gum up the works. And I'm trying to make it as smooth as possible in order to get commercial projects to come into the city, increase the tax base, increase the revenue that we have coming in here. Because the more that we can increase that tax base, and especially consider property taxes, where commercial property and non-residential property in the state of Colorado is taxed at 29% instead of 7.15%. So basically 4 times what it costs for a single family house. But the commercial property doesn't put a burden on the school district. That commercial property is basically free money coming into those taxing entities without having to support, you know, especially for the school district. So I want to make sure that we are continuing to do everything we can to be open for business. And that's why that's important to me, to seclude commercial, non-residential from this request.
That's reasonable. I think what I was thinking and what I was concerned about is that we're building $500,000 and up houses in Commerce City. And we're putting in lots of warehouses where people earn $17 to $20 an hour, and they're never going to be able to afford one of these houses. So we have owners of the warehouses saying, where are our workers? Now, I know everyone is saying, where are our workers? They're not alone in that, but nevertheless, we're not exactly providing affordable housing that would lead to people actually being able to drive to a nearby warehouse job. But I certainly respect your opinion. And since we're doing this together, I am willing to change the motion to make it residential only.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. I want to give Councilman the chance to speak, and then we'll get into amending motions.
Yeah, so I'm struggling with this because, you know, for one, we're looking at the same criteria that staff is looking at. So like you said, it's not the silver bullet, but I don't think it's any type of bullet. It's not going to change anything except for slow down the approval process. So yeah, it'll take us longer to approve subdivisions now because we have to wait for a council meeting. But I think it's also, you know, taking staff out of it a little bit where they have constant contact with these projects and are better able to identify issues. And, you know, it's coming for council, you know, one night. We have to review all the PUDs and the criteria and the plans. And so we basically have one stab at it to get it right. And, you know, staff has basically 2 weeks to review these, go through it, work through any issues, and really vet the projects a lot better than we do. So that's where I'm struggling. You know, it is going to come before council, but we're looking at the same criteria. So, you know, we legally have to approve or deny based off of those criterias that we have set. And if it's a PUD, it's based off of the PUD amendment or document that we approved on council previously. Or if it's, you know, zoning, then we have to comply with that zoning as well as, you know, any kind of impacts in the criteria set forth therein. But, you know, even when we get to that case last meeting, right, we asked the school district, can you guys, you know, handle the children that are going to come from these homes? And they have their spreadsheet and calculations that they do. And they said, yeah, we will this year, but, you know, 5 years down the line, we may not. So I guess, you know, for us, we have to get to that point where the school district says, you know, we can't support these new homes. And that's the criteria to then deny them those grounds. So, you know, having each case come before council isn't going to change anything. It's just going to make the approval process a little bit longer and our meetings a little bit longer, but we have to review on the same grounds as staff. So to me, this really makes no change on, you know, what comes out of it, because we're playing by the same rules here as staff. So that's why I'm not supportive of this.
Councilmember Smith.
The cases that are you've reviewed by staff, I'm sorry, do they go before the planning commission at all, or is it just strictly staff?
Just purely staff, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Something did come in while you all were having a conversation. I think it's a meaningful nuance for you all to take into your consideration. There are a number of admin subdivision cases that we will review. I'll give a prime example. We have a development that is primarily focusing on an admin subdivision case on horizontal infrastructure to set up the necessary regional network and local network for the community that it would serve, which would be a mix of mixed use, residential, commercial, office, industrial flex. So and sometimes we will also have some of that horizontal infrastructure that may be tied to an initial filing for the residential, because that initial filing of that residential may be supportive of that horizontal infrastructure that plays a much larger and bigger picture for the region and for the area of the community. And I will share that as we start to go through that process, we at the staff level are spending somewhere between 4 to 6 months reviewing those various applications through a number of different criteria, a number of different construction standards and regulations that are set forth, just not with us here at the city, but also within our referral agencies that are CDOT, that are Tri-County Health, that are the Public Works Department, that are the county. So there are a number of aspects that do go into play. And while I would say an elongation of the process will add maybe 2 to 3 more months on top of the process, those 2 to 3 more months do then have a factor on, like I said, some of these nuanced examples. Even the development with what we're seeing with Mile High Greyhound Park, that serves as a form of catalytic development in the core city, right? That administrative subdivision process has allowed us to remain nimble and active in being able to have that vertical development take hold and be able to get some of the resourcefulness of the commercial property going. So these are just things to kind of take into account, that not all admin subdivision cases are created equal, because not all are truly always tied to residential or commercial. Some are tied to the backbone infrastructure necessary to support that future community.
Thanks, sir. Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to hear Councilwoman Noble or Mayor's response to Council Members Madera's that it's not going to improve anything. What do you guys see? Because I'm struggling with it too. Definitely commercials out. I would agree, but I do need. We all get the residential issues, and how, or another creative idea on how to fix that or try to fix that, because I definitely understand that we're going to be doing the same process that staff does. We're not experts in those areas. Yes, we're held accountable for those, but we're not experts. So definitely want to hear a rebuttal about how is this going to fix?
I think it's wrong to characterize this that we're doing all the review and we're doing all that process. I mean, our development review team, anytime a case comes to us, they've done the review and they make a recommendation to us. So you still have that piece. Right now we've got, maybe still 37 residents that are signed up to speak about a potential development. Whenever it's an administrative subdivision approval, there is no public hearing for them to have that voice. When it comes before us as a public hearing, it gives those residents an opportunity to be involved and understand and be able to state what their opinion is on the development and state where that is. Again, there is a need to look at this holistically, and that holistic look is going to start all the way back at the initial PUD or a PUD amendment that is coming forward, but it needs to go all the way to the end. Cradle to grave really is where it is, where it needs to be. It's not where it is. So for me, we are giving an opportunity for residents to be more involved. And, yes, we, and Mr. Rogers can chime in on how it is that we notice stuff, but, if it goes out in the Denver Post, not a lot of people subscribe to the Denver Post to read that section. If it goes out in the Commerce City Sentinel, not a lot of people are receiving that, so there's not the same publication does not take place for an administrative subdivision case to say there versus when it's agendized on a council meeting and it is shared with everybody in the community that this is the case that we're coming up on. And again, I mean, we are talking about trying to increase the participation of our residents in government. And this is one of the ways that we do it. We bring it forward to them to be able to have that. But again, it's not, we're not going to be the ones out there measuring. We're not going to be the ones comparing their staff is still going to prepare that and do that and say, here's where it is. It still lines up this or that. But ultimately, we have ownership of what is going on in our city. And that really, to me, is the important thing of where it needs to lie.
Cool. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Dare.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear from Mr. Rogers about how those are noticed and, what the current participation is or involvement from the community.
So very good questions. Thank you very much. I would say currently our main venues for posting are the Sentinel Express. When we have and once again, it's very rare that we will leverage the Denver Post. That's usually in cooperation with the applicant if, once again, they are wanting to post on a date that the Sentinel Post doesn't typically require. We mostly have to have our postings done by the Tuesday. Dylan, you can correct me if I'm wrong for the Sentinel Express, but I know that the Denver Post has a different posting date, which has a quicker turnaround and being able to get those items out into the newspaper. That being said, if we're looking at cradle to grave, initially when we are dealing with an admin subdivision case, an admin subdivision case is also typically coming together with a development permit in plan. So we understand the context of what's going to be moving forward. So we're just not looking at the we're just not looking at the subdivision case in a vacuum. We're also looking at it against what's actually going to be built vertically on that piece of property. And in that is what then dictates our engagement with the community in a broad sense of having that neighborhood meeting or requiring that developer to have that community meeting that really then gets them engaged in getting the feedback and the comments and or concerns as it relates to that application and working with that developer to try to address those while they're also meeting the necessary approval criteria as stated within the Land Development Code. Once we get to the Land Development Code, we're required to send out, to post placards, send out mailing notices, and do a publication within the newspaper. As it relates to notification of or sending notification to adjoining residents, we will contact residents within 300 feet of the property as identified within the Land Development Code. If we receive comments, if we receive just general comments, hey, what is this application about? Here's my concerns about it. We will respond to every email that we receive from a resident within 300 feet, or if that resident by word of mouth speaks to another constituent that may not be within that 300-foot boundary, we're going to respond to those emails and to those comments. We'll respond to questions and comments we may get from council as it relates to the application that is in question. Additionally to that, we also have a website that we have on the city for the city where we have all of our active subdivision cases broken down by residential, industrial, or commercial, which can be visited by residents, that has all of the pertinent information as it relates to the plat, as it relates to where it stands in the process, and who to be able to contact if they want to be able to get more information about the various reviews within the process. So that's kind of soup to nuts from cradle to grave of all of our engagement points that we have along the way, along the development review process before it even gets to a potential council consideration.
Thank you for that.
Councilmember Noble.
I didn't have my hand up, but you did articulate very well the answer that Councilmember Guardiola was looking for. So I did raise my hand and then I took it down because I didn't need to add anything.
Did you want to amend your motion at this time?
Yes, I can amend my motion to I move for the City Council to request that from now through April 4th, 2022, all final plats excepting commercial be reviewed through a public hearing process as provided in section 21.32412B of the Land Development Code, and for the City Council to direct staff to present an ordinance on October 18th to make final plats excluding commercial, subject to the council approval through April 4th, 2022.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to do that. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other requests for discussion, we'll do Mr. Tinklenberg. You want to chime in?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I heard discussion of applying it to residential only, and now the motion says excluding commercial only. So are we clear on what we're doing here?
Councilmember Noble.
I heard commercial, and so I excluded commercial. What is your preference, Mayor Huseman?
Let me clarify, just also there's commercial and then there are a number of other uses like industrial or public.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
might come up. And so we could do it only for residential, or we can, and it would be if there's any, if it's not solely commercial, it's going to come to council under the motion, basically.
Right. And I think that this is really something that people need to look at, because I am very familiar with the storage units that were built in the Buffalo Run area that people found unexpected, and that was administrative review. So I will make it residential only. And then we need to be vigilant in watching these emails come through.
The other question I would ask is that while we do that, we can extend the notice period. I'm not sure if that's going to take council action, Mr. Sheasley, but we could
Yes,
extend
I
the
would
notice.
avoid that. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's all the notice requirements are set out in LDC. So
Okay.
we're doing
So
it
we
complex enough at this point. So
we can't do that immediately, but we certainly can improve the notice provided to council. I think that was offered earlier. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas, it's been amended again in order to only apply to residential. Do I still have your second?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing no other requests for discussion, we're going to do a voice vote. Raise your hands in the chat window if you are in favor of this. And that is going to pass 5-1. Thank you very much. Looking at our timetable where we are, we may need to make another amendment to our agenda. We have 3 presentations that are scheduled. Planning and policy monthly update, 1 comprehensive plan update, 1 the reunion consolidated development agreement. Looking in order to cut down on the time of this meeting so that we can spend the adequate amount of time for the public hearing to move the comprehensive update and the reunion consolidated development agreement to either a study session or a council meeting in the near future. I'm looking for a motion. Councilmember Noble.
I would move the consolidated agreement to a study session.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to modify our agenda, removing the reunion consolidated development agreement from this meeting and putting it into a future study session. Is there any discussion?
One of the issues is we do need direction from council, and we're coming up on the expiration of that agreement. So we're running out of time, basically.
Okay, well, we can roll with the meeting and we'll see what we need to do towards the end of the meeting in order to get that, if we truly need that. We do have a motion and a second, so we need to vote on that. All those in favor, please raise your hand in the chat window so I can count your vote. Okay, that one's gonna fail 2-4. we're going to go into presentations. This will be, the first one will be the Environmental Planning and Policy Monthly Update to include the Oil and Gas Monthly Update. I'd like to invite Dominic Martinelli, Environmental Planner, to give the presentation.
All right, thank you to members of City Council. I will be going ahead and giving the Environmental Planning and Policy Monthly Update. I know that we are running a little bit short, so this presentation won't take too long tonight. But before we start, I do want to acknowledge that this will actually be the last time that I give this presentation. I've given my notice with the City of Commerce City, and my last day will be October 15th. It has been an absolute pleasure working with all of you over the last several years on a number of environmental oil and gas topics, and looking forward to kind of hearing how things go, and wish you all the best of luck, and we'll do this one last time. So can you all see the screen?
Yes, we can, Dominic.
Okay, thank you. So again, the Environmental Planning and Policy Monthly Update does give the oil and gas update as part of it. We do not have any new updates since the last presentation, which was actually given 2 weeks ago. So this is a relatively short time frame in between presentations. So no updates to the city oil and gas permit status. We currently do not have any pending state applications at the 2A level, although we still do have the current map of the COGCC activity currently in place. For the environmental update, we do not actually have any additional items. We'll get into the environmental policy development status. So the actual last presentation I'll be giving you with all is the October 11th review of the Environmental Consulting Services Phase 1 check-in. At that presentation, we are going to have a fairly significant amount of information to cover about the progress that has been made to date and kind of where the project is going forward. So within the last couple of weeks, we did hold 2 onboarding meetings with the members of the EPAC. As of now, we have 9 sitting members and then 1 alternate that's been appointed. Per direction from city staff. So we originally had the regular scheduled meeting for October 6th. We are actually going to postpone that meeting for a little bit until a replacement for the environmental planner position has been selected. And then again, we're right at the end of phase 1, and we'll be having a much more in-depth and detailed conversation during next week's study session. And then since the last update, which includes violation data from September 10th to 24th, there have been 4 exceedances at the Suncor refinery. 3 of them occurred on September 11th, which had included an exceedance of carbon monoxide, the opacity limit of 20%, and then hydrogen sulfide. And then there was an exceedance of the hydrogen sulfide limit on the 15th. And then there is no additional information from Suncor themselves since the last monthly update that occurred. And with that, we're able to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Martinelli. I appreciate the update, and also want to say thank you for everything you've done for us for the last 4 years, and making sure that we're as knowledgeable as we can be. And just want to wish you Godspeed and good luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor, and echo that. Dominic, you've been amazing. Thank you for all the knowledge and the time, the work through my 4 years here working with you. So thank you and good luck in your next chapter of life. I think this question is more for Mr. Tinkenberg. Well, I thought we did decide to put oil and gas in the title of the city manager and the agenda, and want to thank Resident Rana Sanchez for bringing that up, because I do remember that we said that would be under, and somehow it fell off. So if we have to motion to get that back on, if it was a human error, which happens, typo, totally understandable. But if we could get oil and gas, because residents do look for that.
Yeah, I remember that discussion, and I'm not sure what happened with it. So we will get that back into the title. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you for raising that, Councilmember Guardiola. And Dominic, thank you so much for everything you've done. I had the great pleasure of working with you when I was a resident for 18 months prior to coming on city council. So it's been a pleasure the entire time, and you will be missed. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Noble.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I don't have any questions either, Mr. Martinelli. I just want to thank you for being here and everything that you've done for us, and good luck in whatever is next for you.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Along those same lines, just best of luck and thanks for everything you've done for the city of Commerce City.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you again for your presentation, sir. And as I said, Godspeed and good luck in everything you do. Next up, please bring Jamie Rice over, our city planner, to give the presentation on the comprehensive plan update.
Good evening, council members. I will be quick to share this update on the comprehensive plan. So just give me one moment. Okay, so for our comprehensive plan updates for the month of September and October, at the end of August, we actually hosted an Urban Land Institute Technical Advisory Panel, also known as the ULI TAP panel study. And this was conducted with panelists and stakeholders throughout the community to study and make recommendations for the 72nd Avenue RTD station here in Commerce City. So we partnered with ULI and hosted this TAP panel. We had a couple of council members come to that, so we really appreciate you making time for that and showing up for that. It was a really great event. Everyone was very invested and very enthusiastic about it. So that took up a lot of our time within August and September. So in looking at this as well, we are now taking a look at these recommendations and seeing how we can fit this into the comprehensive plan if needed. So that was a really big event that was going on. That'll later tie into the comp plan. This presentation and report will be available and we'll host that on the city's website when the report is finished. I am expecting that to be finished within this next month of October. So we'll have that available for everyone to look at on the city's website as well. And what to expect for October? Staff is finalizing the existing conditions report. We are also reviewing the draft vision statement, in addition to reviewing the draft goals, policies, and objectives that the consultant is preparing. We have not seen these yet. They are still preparing those, as well as taking a look at that draft vision statement. These are all in draft form. They haven't sent us over the policies, goals, and objectives yet. They're still preparing those. Staff has been doing a lot of background work for this month and the past month of September as well. So it might have seemed like things were a little bit quiet on the end of the comprehensive plan, but be rest assured that staff has been doing a lot of background work. We are partnering and coordinating with Adams County as they're updating their comprehensive plan. So we are trying to coordinate those base maps and get the future growth areas worked out between Adams County as well as other jurisdictions. So we want to get this base map of the city in a really good place before we start moving forward with some other more engaging steps through the community and with special study areas. So staff will be taking a look at these the base map to have that figured out between Adams County as well as with the airport and any other surrounding jurisdictions, as well as areas that might be potentially included into our growth area boundary. So that is what staff is doing right now in terms of background with the future land use map and special study areas. We are reviewing special study areas, just brainstorming right now, and we are preparing a study session for City Council and Planning Commission. We're not sure if that's going to be a joint study session or if we'll do each of those separately, but the goal for those study sessions that will be happening before the end of the year is to present the existing conditions report and get feedback on that draft vision statement, as well as some special study areas that we will present to City Council. So that is to be expected before the end of the year. We're hoping that with any changes in council that may occur within December, that'll be a good opportunity to give an update of the comprehensive plan and start off with a bang with the new sitting council. So that's what that looks like for the month of October. Again, we always want council to get involved. And so for right now, there's not a whole lot of opportunity to do that besides sharing any social media posts, advertising events. We don't have any as of right now scheduled, but when we do, we definitely like for City Council to share those, because you have different constituents that follow you on social media that might not follow the City of Commerce City, but they might follow you individually. So that just kind of helps our reach a little bit more when City Council members share those events. And again, participating in scheduled study sessions, which I hope everybody will, where we will review the existing conditions report and look at that vision summary as well. So that's all I have for tonight. We are, doing a lot of background work, and we'll have a lot more to present to City Council by the end of the year.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jamie, for the presentation. I just wanted to, I've been getting some feedback from folks that have sent emails to the consultants and are on the planning, and they are not thinking their voice is being heard on how the city should look or their input. And I just really want to make sure that we're listening to these residents when we appoint them. They went through an interview process through the boards and commission subcommittee, and they shouldn't be thinking that, oh, the consultant's not listening. They don't understand our community. And that's kind of what I'm hearing, is that the consultant is not understanding that we do have a historical part of the city, and we do have a northern range part of the city. And, you know, there's different diversities in the city, and we need to address those. And we also need to address growth, because what the consultant has been relaying is basically it's a division of all gentrification, regardless. Where growth is good, but so when folks are texting us and calling us about they're not being heard on this board, that's concerning. That the consultant, is not. So there's emails out there that have been sent to the consultant. I hope when we get the final review or report, we get to see those emails to see if the consultant is really taking our residents serious and their input. So it's more of a comment, Jamie, and I appreciate all the hard work you've done and all the updates, but I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention, as well as management's attention. We have comp plan meetings on a weekly basis, so I'll definitely be sure to discuss this with my management to discover what other options are out there. I know that us as staff are doing our best to reach out to as many different communities that we can within Commerce City. So it's unfortunate that there are some feelings that are that they're not being listened to. I do hope that once we get some more product and deliverables out to the community, that they'll start to see themselves within those products.
And I think for the members that we appointed, when they think their voice is not being heard, I think there's an issue with that they're taking the time out of their day to go to these meetings. They got appointed, they're not getting paid. So that's more concerning to me. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and the update this evening.
Thank you.
And next up, Mr. Tinklenberger, City Manager, to give the presentation on the Reunion Consolidated Development Agreement.
Staff, could you bring up that presentation, please? Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So give you a brief history of the agreement with Reunion Metro District, and also provide a summary of the capital projects that are proposed, and then ask for your direction on financing alternatives and solutions for those projects, as well as discuss the terms and conditions that we agree on and those that need further direction from council. Next slide. The overall project, if you will, or development that is out there is this is a planned community for thousands of acres. Normally, when we deal with a development, it's in the hundreds of acres, not thousands of acres. And so that's why they wanted to do a master plan. And that was the reason for the consolidated agreement, basically to pull all of that together into one agreement that lays out a template, lays out a process, and lays out basically the plan for developing those thousands of acres. Next slide. The consolidated agreement was entered into in basically 2001, and it consolidated several prior agreements. And then there was the major amendment in 2002 that basically put into place building permit restrictions and discussed public improvements. Next slide. So the purpose of the agreement was so that they could develop a master plan community as intended with the zoning to include a variety of land uses from residential to commercial. And then it also established a funding strategy for the investment and delivery of the design and construction of infrastructure to support the region. Next slide. The purpose of the extension and the reason they've asked for an extension, they being Oakwood Homes and Reunion Metro District working together, is to establish a joint list of capital infrastructure projects with a relative prioritization to deliver in the near and long term. And if you recall, the original agreement involved Shea Homes, and Oakwood took over from Shea Homes. And so the idea is to establish a financial strategy now that is a balanced solution between the city, the developer, and the Reunion Metro District. And that's to advance projects in a collaborative and transparent manner. Next slide. So this simply highlights on the map where the proposed projects are. For an example, I'll note almost in the center is Chambers Road. So Chambers Road from 104th Avenue North to 112th Avenue has not been improved other than some minor improvements near 104th Avenue. And this is a fairly significant north-south corridor linking the different areas of the development that's occurring in the north. Adjacent to that are improvements to Second Creek to improve drainage and also to provide flood control at a stormwater detention basin in that Second Creek corridor. Another one to the east of that, to the right on this map, is High Plains Parkway that will go from Tower Road and eventually link up with Buckley Road. So those are just some examples. 96th Avenue is on there, Potomac, South Chambers Road, a number of streets and road improvements, drainage improvements, that type of thing. Next slide. This is a list of the projects that have been identified. There were cost estimates put together in 2020, and the grand total of all of that came to just under $175 million. Since then, it was updated just during September, basically. And now the total is 201 million. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is that there's normal inflation in construction projects that occur year to year, and that'll vary from year to year. This was made even worse by COVID-19 pandemic and the shortage of materials. And as a result, the costs of materials have gone up significantly. And so, we're looking at a 20 to 30% increase here in cost just in the past year alone. Next slide. So we have several existing funding sources. One would be the city CIPP, which is the capital improvement program, and the general fund. Both of those are severely limited. So they can contribute, but again, it's significantly limited. There's the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District. However, the current authorization does not include ongoing projects. It is limited in terms of use of tax revenue. It is limited to the repayment of the existing bonds. Then there's also the North Range Metro District, number 2 and number 3, and other potential contributions from like Reunion Ridge number 1 through 4 and Reunion Village numbers 1 through 5, etc. What I don't have on this is the 2K authorization as well. And again, that is limited since the majority of that money does go to repayment of bonds. Next slide. So here are the options. Option 1 is basically an extension of the existing development agreement. That existing agreement shares sales and use tax revenue at 33% of 3%. Our total sales and use tax is at 4.5%. So 3 points out of that 4.5 would go back to Reunion if it's generated within the various Reunion Metro District area. There's also transportation and drainage impact fee credits. Now, as you recall, that grand total, 201 million, in my opinion, highly unlikely that they would ever recover all of that money from the 33% of the 3%. In essence, they're taking a risk that a substantial portion will be recovered. Now, pros and cons, it does allow them to deliver the infrastructure projects within a strategic approach that fits the needs of the area. It does maximize private sector funding for improvements. Project timing will mesh with the development need, and it is the least requirement on city staff time and attention. Does not present a cash flow challenge to the city, and it requires the least amount of accounting and reconciliation for payments on behalf of the city. Now, the con is there's a revenue sharing percentage impact on the general fund. And also, I think this has been articulated before, that the control, if you will, the direction on the projects is in their hands, not in the city's hands. Next slide, please. Second option is a new development agreement where the city builds the projects and Reunion reimburses the city for Reunion's share and responsibility. Reunion would pay the transportation and drainage fees credited towards their share. Now, the pros and cons of this, the pro is that the city defines the prioritization and construction through the CIPP program, capital improvement program. It doesn't need accounting and reconciliation and payments to Reunion. The cons are that funding available to deliver infrastructure in a timely manner to address local and regional network impacts. In other words, again, we're not going to have the revenue there to do that unless the NIGID ballot measures pass in November. But again, that's a big if. Timing of reimbursement to mitigate impacts on the general fund or the CIPP. And again, this goes back to not having the money available when we need it for projects that are needed at that time. This does require staff time and attention. They already have a full workload, but again, this would have to be added to that workload. Project timing may not mesh with the development and the neighborhood need. Next slide, please. Option 3 is to go to what we call the 112th Avenue IGA model. That's where we had the intergovernmental agreement where we worked out the share between the city and the Reunion Metro District, and each contributed the appropriate share to that amount or to that cost of that project. So this would be site-specific development agreements and basically require an IGA with Reunion Metro District either each time, or if we blend it with the consolidated agreement, it would have to be sort of a master agreement that would be amended from time to time for specific projects. Under this, Reunion would pay the transportation fees reimbursed when the Reunion Metro District builds the project. So the pros and cons of this approach, the pros, it's an acceptable delivery model that demonstrates a balance basically between timing and need. It does not present the same cash flow challenge for the city. I shouldn't have put in no cash flow challenge. It certainly lessens the cash flow challenge. This would also be the least requirement of staff time and attention, because we would utilize them to design the project to our specifications, our standards, and give approval, but then we would not have to manage the project. It also requires the least amount of accounting and reconciliation of payments on our behalf. Now, cons, there is a lack of strategic coordination with other infrastructure improvements. I think we can overcome that, but again, it requires additional strategic coordination on our part. It will require accounting and reconciliation and payments. It does require engineering staff time and attention when they already have a full workload. It does present somewhat of a cash flow challenge for the city, and project timing may not mesh with development need. So those are all the pros and cons of those three different options. Next slide, please. We have agreed on a number of items, and I'll cover those really quickly. In terms of streets and crossings, we're supportive conceptually of the terms. We are looking at refining the language in the existing agreement in regards to technical details. Storm drainage, we don't think there's the need to change the previous language. Public facility extension, based on direction from council on the financing strategy. We need to work on retention of some form of the language, but the concept is acceptable to staff. In terms of subdivision exemption, no changes to the previous language are necessary. Reimbursement agreements, again, supportive conceptually of the terms. There does need to be refinement of language to indicate length of time to reimburse Oakwood. Also impact fees, again, we're supportive conceptually of the terms. We do need refinement of the language to indicate fees will be as city council adopts from time to time. Next slide. Vested, well, these are the terms requiring direction and feedback. Under the existing agreement, vested property rights have a 20-year vesting period duration, and that's on the PUD zone document. We're proposing to shorten that, particularly not to exceed a 10-year vesting period, and that would be on site-specific development plans. There are options there, but again, we need your feedback. Statutory districts propose adoption of new restrictions, and that would be to conform with the model service plan for the formation of new metro districts, or when a metro district seeks an amendment to an existing plan. And then on public improvements, again, which option do you want us to go for? Staff prefers option one simply because of workload and simplicity. However, we understand your concerns, and an alternative solution would be option 3. Next slide. So we're asking the following from you, either support for an amended and restated agreement, or enter into an executive session to discuss negotiating terms and conditions and position on the development agreement structure. Next slide. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. That's a lot to unpack there. Any comments or questions, or anybody want to throw out their preferred way to move forward at this time? Councilmember Noble?
You're on mute, ma'am.
I think it gets back to the point that we should have postponed this. We still have 30 people who are waiting in the queue to speak. And you're asking for an executive session when we already have an executive session planned at the end of the evening. What is the official deadline, Mr. Tinklenberg, for coming back with the response on this written? When does the first 20-year term expire?
December, if I remember right, 21. I'll find it here in a second.
So we could actually wait until our next meeting to do this.
Yes. No, December 17, sorry.
Okay, so we could wait until our next meeting to do this.
Well, we could schedule the executive session for the next meeting, yes.
And I think in all due respect, that would be considerate for our residents who are waiting to speak tonight.
There's one other option for you to consider, and that would be a temporary extension of the agreement, just so that it doesn't all fall apart. But again, we would need your direction on that.
I think that we have time with a December deadline if we do it at the next meeting, which would be the 18th, October 18th. I would like to make a motion that we continue this item until October 18th.
Councilmember Alan Thomas?
I second the motion.
You're muted, Mayor.
I have a motion and a second to continue this.
You're muted again, sir.
How about now? There we go. Computer issues. I have a motion and a second to continue this until September or October 18th. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I would like to go into executive session for this to negotiate it. We are walking against a deadline, which is one of the reasons that I made the motion earlier to continue the hearing to the next meeting. But I think it's kind of cruel to keep people waiting. So I'm okay with continuing this, but putting the executive session on the next meeting.
Any other discussion? Okay, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor, please use your physical hands in the chat window so your vote can be counted. And this will be unanimously continued until October 18th. Okay, next up is our consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They're presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 4 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing no request to do so, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Alan Thomas?
So moved.
Councilmember Noble?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Will the city clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the September 13th, 2021 special meeting. Resolution 2021-72, a resolution authorizing intergovernmental agreement with Urban Drainage and Flood Control District regarding funding of major drainage way planning for Buffalo Run tributary. Resolution 2021-92, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Resolution 2021-94, resolution of support for 27J Schools mill levy override issue 5A and bond issue 5B, ballot measures for the 2021 November election. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Next up, we are going to go to our public hearing. This is for Resolution 2021-61, Ordinance AN-259-21 and Z-964-21, Can-Am annexation and rezoning. Tonight's 3 public hearings on the Can-Am annexation and rezoning will be consolidated into one hearing. This time I will open the public hearing. I would like to address any procedural issues. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to ask any council members present if they have any issue participating in the hearing, and if there's any issue that would prevent them from rendering a fair and impartial decision based on the record and applicable law. I don't see any hands up, Mayor. Thank you. I do know as you proceed this evening, the script is probably a little disrupted. So proceeding, I believe staff could make some summary presentation or make their presentation, and the applicant would be able to speak as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try to muddle through the script as much as possible. We're going to start with inviting Andrew Baker, City Planner, to introduce the item and give the staff presentation.
Good evening, everybody. Was the presentation switched over to me? I had a little bit of lag as they joined me onto the meeting here.
We can pull up the presentation for you, Andrew, if you would prefer that.
I have the presentation here as well. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, Jordan, if you don't mind pulling up that presentation, and Andrew, just let us know whenever you want us to move to the next slide.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, everybody. I'm here tonight to present the case for the Can-Am annexation and zoning. That would be resolution 2021-61, case AN 2521 and Z-964-20-21. This project is located on the southwest corner of East 112th Avenue and US 85. The applicant, Mike Talcott with Quick Trip Corporation, is here available for questions tonight as well. And this request would be both for an annexation and a zoning to PUD. Next slide, please. For this disclaimer, staff enters into the public record the contents of the case file and all packet materials. Planning Division's case file reflects that all notice was provided and or received as required by law for each approval under consideration. The caveat to that last bit would be the obvious notification, late notification that was given to Adams County, which we have discussed already. Next slide, please. The applicant is requesting the following. The first request would be an annexation from Adams County. This would be the only case that is heard by, or this case is only heard before the City Council. The second request, the annexation zoning to PUD, was heard both by the Planning Commission and tonight during this presentation. Next slide, please. The annexation zoning of 2 properties from Adams County Industrial 1 to Commerce City Planned Unit Development is described below. The project size itself is 37.9 acres. That would be the size of the parcel that would be zoned. The comprehensive plan designation of these 2 properties is residential high, which speaks to a density of 8 to 40 dwelling units per acre. There's also a designation of a local commercial center on that same property. These 2 would be re-subdivided into 1 lot and 3 tracts. The application or the applicant is also with addition to this annexation and the zoning that was heard before Planning Commission, applying for inclusion into the NIGID, which will be heard by council, the NIGID board at a later hearing date. There are concurrent subdivision and development plan applications, which are proposing a fueling station, as well as 2 tracks for future residential development and 1 track for drainage. So essentially we have a zoning and annexation here tonight. There would be future development applications for other portions of that, but currently we are reviewing one that would be with the allowed use of a fueling station, and I'll get into that a little bit more later. Next slide. Here's an aerial view of the property. As I mentioned, you see Highway 85 running north to south there. It is on the south side of East 112th Avenue. That would be in between the Dunes and Bell Creek neighborhoods, and then bordered on the west side by a Denver water property, and bordered on the east side by the US 85 and railroad right-of-ways. Next slide. Here's a look at our comprehensive plan. As I mentioned, the entire site is designated under that residential high. And then you can see the star with the L in it, which indicates the local commercial center. Next slide. The residential high designation within our comp plan allows residential uses at a density of 8 to 40 dwelling units per acre, as well as small commercial centers of up to 40,000 square feet of building space. The local commercial centers are defined as providing opportunities for convenience, shopping, and service needs of a small trade area within or directly adjacent to a neighborhood. So that's the future land use plan context that we're working within by reviewing this proposed PUD. Next slide. The concept plan was reviewed in 2020. The applicant also went through a pre-application process before that. There is an old railroad right-of-way that's splitting the property. As I had mentioned, we are considering 2 properties for the zoning, though only one of those properties is being considered for annexation. This old railroad right-of-way that split the property actually already had been annexed through an annexation that took place a few decades ago. And as I had mentioned, at that time, it was railroad property. Obviously, there was no railroad line that existed there. But as you'll see in the packet, like I had mentioned, there's the 2 properties that would be zoned under this PUD under one singular PUD. The annexation would just be for those portions that are not within the city today. And the proposed subdivision application that is still under review would basically be re-subdividing those 2 properties. There is an existing home and agricultural uses that are currently on the site. Those would be allowed to continue until that property develops, at which point they would be demolished. Next slide, please. Furthering the case history, Planning Commission recommended denial of the requested PUD zoning at the regular scheduled meeting held on September 7th. The applicant has proposed the revised zoning to update the allowed uses in the proposed PUD documents. These updates have not been reviewed by the development review team or the Planning Commission, as Mr. Sheasley had alluded to earlier. The following slides will detail the requested updated PUD zone document, and I'll note where the applicant has proposed alternative uses. I'll note the one page that had a change that the Planning Commission did not review. Next slide. So going back to our first request of an annexation of the property, you can see here within the bold lines the annexation map that would include that property into the city of Commerce City. It is that strip on the east side, which would be towards the right side of the annexation map, that you can see had already been annexed to the city. Next slide. Staff has found that the annexation Act eligibility has been met for this proposal. City Council adopted a plan for the area to be annexed pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes 31-12-105-1E. At least 1/6 of the area to be annexed is contiguous with the existing boundaries of the city of Commerce City. A community of interest exists between the areas proposed to be annexed and the city. The areas proposed to be annexed are urbanized or will be urbanized in the near future. The areas proposed to be annexed are integrated or capable of being integrated with the city of Commerce City. All of the owners of the lands to be annexed have signed the petition for annexation. Next slide. No annexation proceedings have been effectively commenced for any of the land proposed to be annexed by any other municipality. The proposed annexation will not result in the detachment of area from any school district and the attachment of such area to another school district. The annexation petitions meet the requirements of law. The proposed annexations will not have the effect of extending the boundaries of the city of Commerce City more than 3 miles in any direction from any point of such boundary in any 1 year. The entire width of any street or alley proposed to be annexed is included in the annexation. All requirements of Colorado Revised Statutes 31-12-104, 31-12-105, and Section 30 of Article 2 of the state constitution have been satisfied with respect to this annexation. The notice to Adams County, which is part of those statutes, was delayed, but as we've discussed, the hearing tonight would not be taking action, and at such time that notification requirement will have been met. Next slide. The next request would be the annexation zoning, which was what we heard at the Planning Commission. The applicant intent is to create a residential and limited commercial development via the Can-Am PUD. I will get into a little bit more of this later, but I just wanted to lay out the 4 different planning areas that the applicant has proposed here. Each of those planning areas would allow residential as well as commercial uses. There are varying levels, varying amounts of commercial uses allowed in each of those residential uses that would be based on several factors, which I will discuss. Next slide. The proposed PUD sheets 1 and 2, which are the same from what was proposed to the Planning Commission, describe the cover sheet and the legal description, which describes the two parcels. One of those which has already been annexed, and one of those which is, and both of which are subject to the proposed PUD. Next slide. Page 3 provides a project summary and describes the proposed community character, design elements, guidelines, as well as some language on the lighting, landscape design, and site furnishings that would be a part of this planned unit development. It also discusses the transition from higher density to the north with less density to the south, as well as a transitional intensity of commercial uses. The idea there was having the higher commercial uses and higher density residential being closer to East 112th Avenue and the intersection of 112th and US 85, which would transition to a less dense housing product and less commercial uses that would be allowed to the south, bordering the single family detached residential neighborhood of Bell Creek. Next slide. Here's a closer look at that PUD, the land use areas in which I had just described. Planning area A is where the most commercial uses would be allowed. That's the only area in which fueling for vehicles would be allowed as a use. And the development plan that I spoke about earlier, which would be for the quick trip development, would be allowed in that planning area on the corner. Planning areas C and B will allow less commercial uses, less so in C. We do have a few more commercial uses that would be allowed in planning area B that are adjacent to US 85. You can also see a setback to living structures were residential to develop there. We felt that a proper buffer needed to be placed between those houses and Highway 85. And so that would be a setback. Planning area D would be mostly just residential with a few office and public uses, a few limited commercial uses allowed. This also shows the proposed pedestrian systems on the dotted lines, as well as access points into the PUD. You also have the internal pedestrian access, and the 2 stars would be community areas or private park locations within that. Next slide, please. Sheet 4 includes the PUD zoning land use chart and the PUD zoning map, which was just shown. I've gone through this a few times. We're splitting it into 4 planning areas. That planning area A would be the Quick Trip site. Planning areas B, C, and D, along with planning area A, would allow multifamily, single family attached, which would be considered tri and quadplexes, as well as patio homes, along with limited commercial and public uses. Next slide. This is just a closer look at that land use chart. A couple of things that I would like to point out: that planning areas A and C would have a maximum density of 30 dwelling units per acre, whereas areas B and D would be a maximum of 25. All of those will have a minimum of 8 dwelling units per acre, meeting the comprehensive plan definition of high density residential. We also have the maximum dwelling units that are broken out there as well, and the requirement for the 3% of each site for private parks and open space. Next slide. Sheet 5 will cover bulk standards. This will cover items such as lot size, lot width, the required setbacks. We have separate setbacks that are designated for those fueling plaza uses. An additional note that residential developments will be required to set aside an additional 15% of land for open space. And it also gets into parking standards as well. Next slide. Here's a table just showing some of those that I had just described. On the bottom, you can see the setbacks that would be specific for the fueling plaza use on planning area A. Up above, we have different standards for lot size, lot width, minimum floor area for each of the housing product types, as well as non-residential uses down there at the bottom. Next slide. Sheet 6 gets into lot typicals. This is just kind of giving an idea of, with those setbacks, bulk standards that I had just described, what that's actually going to look like, what it could look like when it gets developed. This just helps visualize some of those setbacks and some of those housing product types, which you may not get in a typical development, just to make sure that the utilities and the access and the community and urban design would meet our standards. Next sheet. Page 7 talks about the use table of allowed uses, and this is the one sheet that was changed from the Planning Commission hearing. It might be hard to see here, but we have use classifications on the left side of each table. Within those, we do have fuel sales for automobiles. The one change that the applicant wanted to make after the Planning Commission and hearing public comment come in before and after the hearing was to amend the diesel fuel sales for trucks. And whereas that was an allowed use by right, the subsequent development plan for Quick Trip did include both a regular passenger vehicle fueling canopy, as well as a separate diesel fueling canopy that would serve large trucks. A lot of the feedback that we received at our neighborhood meetings, at the planning commission hearing, and from the public in general, was that the large truck traffic for several reasons was an undesirable aspect of this application. So the applicant chose to instead change that use to a conditional use, which essentially would mean that their current application will have to be amended to remove the large truck canopy. And if the applicant property owner ever wanted to move forward with that proposal, they would have to submit a conditional use permit application, which would require another round of staff review and another round of public hearings that you all would essentially hear again. So that was the change that was made. We can certainly discuss a little bit more about that later. Next slide, please. This pretty much just explains everything that I just said. I don't think that I need to get into anything here. If you could go to the next slide, please. Sheet 8 goes into the proposed road sections. We do have a few different road classifications adjacent to and within the development, and specifically Florence Street, which provides internal access, which would go south from 112th Avenue and then connect to the 11th Avenue alignment, is a modified minor collector that had been changed due to some of the impacts that we had seen from that proposed fueling station use being allowed in planning area A. The rest of those, the local residential, minor collector, and multimodal arterial would be constructed per Commerce City Land Development Code standards. Next slide. Sheets 9 and 10 also look at alley sections and alley parking standards, similar to the last sheet that we saw, and then signage regulations. That includes a detailed sign plan for the Quick Trip site, and then essentially refers all other types of commercial or residential development to the existing Commerce City LDC sign standards. Next slide. With that, in accordance with the Land Development Code, section 21-3350, staff has found that the criteria for zoning newly annexed land has been met. One of those three criteria that you see on the left side of the table must be met in order for zoning newly annexed land. And staff finds that the zoning is most compatible with the city's comprehensive plan designation for the property, as identified as a high density residential area with the inclusion of a local commercial center. The proposed PUD reflects these uses. The other two criterias, zoning being the most compatible to county zoning of the property. Well, the current county zoning is industrial 1, which would allow light industrial uses, typically including manufacturing, distribution, storage, those types of light industrial uses that we see, which truly do not match up with our comprehensive plan and future land use for this area. And the next criteria of the zoning being most comparable to the present uses on the property is also not applicable, as the current condition is agricultural with the single family residential on there as well. Next slide. The Planning Commission analysis, based on the meeting that we had last month, the Planning Commission found that the original proposed PUD zoning is not appropriate for this site. Finding that the proposal is not consistent with the comprehensive plan designation for the property, and that the proposal is not consistent with the Land Development Code. Next slide. The required public notification was completed pursuant to LDC section 21-3285. Mailed notification was sent to 245 adjacent property owners, or I say adjacent property owners within 500 feet of the property boundaries. Notice was posted in the Denver Post, and 3 signs were posted on the subject property. Next slide. We held a neighborhood meeting virtually on May 12th. Many of the main issues that were raised, as I had discussed, was the truck access, the large truck access to Quick Trip, especially from Bell Creek Boulevard. We also discussed in general the increased traffic that this project would cause and what the residents have seen over the last few years, increased traffic on Bell Creek and 112th Avenue and the need for improvements on both of those. We spoke about the requirements for off-street improvements, many off-street improvements that the public felt were important, and the requirements of developers to contribute to those. One of them being additional traffic lights. We discussed the density and the maximum building height of the multifamily. We also spoke about dust and mosquito control, the prairie dog population, home values and the effect that this project would have, and physical buffer from the homes to the south. Next slide. I'd like to note that after that first neighborhood meeting that was included to the PUD that was sent along to the Planning Commission, there were changes that were made. The maximum building height was set at 75 feet. That was reduced to 60 feet to align with the R3 and R4 zone districts that are already within the city of Commerce City, trying to make that a little bit more compatible to the surrounding areas. Conditions would be placed on large truck traffic along Bell Creek Boulevard, and the improvements to Bell Creek and East 112th were also discussed with Public Works, and felt that the improvements that were going to be provided by this development would certainly help those matters. As far as density and some of the other concerns, we are reviewing this according to the comprehensive plan, and staff felt like the proposal did meet the intent of that future land use plan. However, after the Planning Commission hearing, when we heard from the public, heard from the planning commissioners, the applicant felt that it would be better for the community and better for the proposal to remove that large truck fueling allowed use and change that to a conditional use, and therefore change their current development plan proposal. And so we did hold a follow-up neighborhood meeting last week, and that was sent out to even more neighbors. Had increased that radius to 520 feet, I believe, and also included a few other folks who had reached out and inquired about the project. And that was really intended to discuss this proposed change that the applicant wanted to make. We had a lot more lively discussion. There were several people who were appreciative of the initiative that the applicant took to take away or at least restrict the large truck fueling. That being said, there were several others who felt that the mark was still being missed, and that the overall use of a fueling center at all was not in line with what they had envisioned for their property. We had further discussions about the building height, some who felt that it could be shortened even more, creating more of a transition from those single family uses to the north and south. And the applicant had indicated that they would be interested in entertaining such a restriction if the council wanted to place a condition upon that approval. We also discussed the amount of commercial development that would be allowed / required within this mixed use PUD, discussions about possibly limiting the amount of commercial development that could take place on the site. And we spoke a lot about process and this hearing and next steps, and when the public's voices could be heard. So, once again, I think that a lot of the discussions that we have had tonight kind of lend itself to that conversation that we had last week. Next slide. 10 public comments have been received by staff as of September 27th, 2021, the drafting of your staff report. Those have been included within the staff report. Based on one of those comments that was discussing some environmental concerns, staff did reach out to the Tri-County Health Department to inquire about those specific questions, and they responded that no exceedance of any health-based risk standards for this property had ever been found, that they had done several test borings throughout the last decade or so, and felt that there was no issues. The applicant has always stated and continued to state that they will abide by all of Tri-County Health Department's comments and regulations as far as any environmental concerns that came from the DRT review or any post comment follow-up. Next slide. For our recommendations, the annexation development review team recommends that the City Council find the properties are eligible for annexation and annex the properties upon completion of an acceptable annexation agreement. The annexation zoning on September 7th, 2021, Planning Commission voted 3-2 to forward this request to City Council for denial because the original proposed project does not meet the Land Development Code and is not what the comprehensive plan intended. Next slide. That'll be it for my presentation. Thank you all for your time. Myself and the applicant are available for any questions.
Mr. Baker, I want to thank you for that presentation. That was very thorough and went over quite a bit of information, and I greatly appreciate your attention to detail on that. So thank you. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff at this time? Okay, I do not see any requests for questions for staff. Is the applicant going to present this evening, or does the applicant wish to wait until we continue this?
Mayor, I believe the applicant's counsel, David Foster, is available on the line and may want to at least introduce the item, but probably reserving until a continuance if one is made.
Good evening.
Hi,
nice to see you.
Hi, good to see you. I was clicking on to be a panelist, so I'm sorry about the slight delay in getting on. Again, I want to also, Mr. Mayor, as you did, want to thank Andrew for his hard work on this matter. We want to be thoughtful of the community tonight. They've been waiting a long time to have their opinions voiced. So we're going to delay having any more of a presentation. I want to just speak to a couple of quick issues, though, that I had heard in some of the initial comments by many of you as you were contemplating whether or not to move forward with tonight's meeting or not. You know, the goal of a rezoning is always to be finding the balance between what the city's goals are and how we can best accommodate what our neighbors want, your constituents want. And that's not an easy job. Otherwise, everybody would want to be on city council. It's a tough job. And so we constantly try to seek out how to find that balance. And your comprehensive plan is the most important document to give not only those folks who own property and are looking to either annex or develop property, but also your residents to be able to rely on the comprehensive plan as well. And again, tonight's an interesting night because we got an update on your comprehensive plan status as well. So I'm a big fan of comprehensive plans. The big issues for tonight and why the hearing, why both the staff and the applicant had discussed a continuance was really a technical issue. And it was this notice that did not get offered up to the Board of County Commissioners in time for you to even vote tonight. And so that's out of our hands. And there's no other way for me to say it than We apologize that the Board of County Commissioners didn't have that. It's in 25 years of annexing and zoning properties, I hadn't seen that not take place, but it happened tonight. And so to all of our neighbors, we apologize. We tried to give notice last week. We sent out a letter. I know that your clerk sent out a message to anybody who had already registered to speak that the possibility of a continuance was real. We wanted to do whatever we could to kind of give people notice so they didn't have to spend a whole night, nothing personal, watching you. Notwithstanding all of that, here we are still tonight. The sooner we can have the balance of this hearing and ultimately a vote, we think the better. The concept of going to a planning commission meeting versus just having you as a city council decide, we're agnostic as to that issue. It doesn't matter to me whether we go to the planning commission. The issue was, and you saw it in the staff report, was that a couple of the modifications that we are contemplating making, that we haven't formally put together yet, were things that neither your staff nor the planning commission had ever seen. So to the extent that you think it's appropriate for planning commission to rehear this case, again, public process, public case, another night of making sure that our community has their voices heard, we're okay with that. That just isn't an issue to us. We're not trying to get around a public process, and Lord knows, we're not thinking that we're getting away with something by having another public hearing. And so I just want to be really abundantly transparent and clear about that. We'll be as available for whatever public hearings you think are necessary and appropriate. But the couple of modifications that have been somewhat touched on, which haven't been formalized in a formal document to your city, are the following. One is, we have heard a pretty significant amount of concern around truck diesel fuel sales. And so the big modification that has been discussed with the community was whether or not to take that particular use and modify it from a use by right to a conditional use that puts that approval back in your lap, back in your hands, and needing to meet a whole set of additional review criteria. And so that is the first rather significant discussion that we've been having with our community in terms of how to navigate. Does that make sense to move it from a use by right to a conditional use? Does the city council want to have that obligation to approve that should that use come in the future? So that's item number one. Item number two was an issue that was briefly touched on at the Planning Commission, but was, I think, more notably addressed in our last neighborhood meeting, and that is height, particularly on the borders. And can we navigate down from 60 feet, which is in today's proposal, to something less that is more in keeping with our communities on the north and on the south? Yeah, we can. Do we have that proposal to offer you tonight? We don't. Again, we are looking forward to being back in front of you as soon as November 15th with both of those issues formally addressed for your review and hopefully approval. And if you seek to send us to the Planning Commission in advance of that meeting, we can certainly do it on that Wednesday after November 2nd. I think it's November 3rd. Happy to accommodate. In fact, I was only a little bit pleased that the motion failed earlier because, and I know it wasn't anybody's intent, but had that motion passed, you would have had us back in front of City Council at the second hearing in December, which was December 20th, which Nobody wants to be having this hearing December 20th. I know my kids are out of school already for Christmas holiday, and that would not feel good, I think, to the community to be having an important conversation like this right in the middle of vacation. So those are our issues. That's how we're here. We are looking forward to hearing from our community tonight, but wanting you all to know and our community to know that there are a couple of changes that we will be proposing in a more formal way. And I appreciate your time and attention this evening.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant's representative at this time? Okay, seeing none. Now we're going to hear from those that are registered to speak on the hearing. Testimony or evidence presented must be reasonably related to the purpose of the public hearing and should not repeat prior testimony. We are going to have, Mr. Attorney, we're going to have consolidated testimony, correct?
Under your council policies, the mayor has the ability to limit testimony to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to speak. Normally 3 minutes would be provided. So you have the option of allowing people to testify for 3 minutes, or for asking each person to not repeat information, and they can simply state their support or not of the development application, or if they have anything new to add, is a better reminder for anyone testifying to not provide redundant or repeat information consistent with our council policies.
Very good. So that would be the request to not be redundant in comments that are made. And then I want to reiterate something you said earlier in the evening. If an individual chooses to speak at this evening, then they would not be allowed to speak again at the future public hearing whenever this is continued, correct?
That is correct, unless the modification to the application, they could speak potentially to the modification, any modifications that are made between now and then.
Very good, thank you. Okay, Mr. Gibson, are we ready?
I think so, sir. Let's do it.
All right, first on our list to speak is Rachel Troyer. Are you present?
Rachel, if you're in the meeting and can hit either *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Rachel Troyer. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Rachel Troyer in the meeting.
Thanks, sir. We'll move on to Adam Kunda. And I apologize, there's a lot of names here that I will probably butcher through the course of going through them, and I apologize in advance for that. But next up is Adam Kunda.
I see Adam in the meeting. Adam, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. For consolidated testimony, please state your support or opposition, and do not repeat, well, you're the first one, but please don't repeat any previous information.
Cool. My name is Adam Kunda. I live at 11250 Florence Street, Unit 8A in Commerce City. I'm the gentleman who knocked on over 600 doors in 48 hours to spread the word. I was able to get 100 written signatures in that time, in which I presented to the planning committee. They knew that this was wrong for the community. I also organized the online petition, was able to get 700 plus signatures against a gas station going on this property. Excuse me, the applicant asked for a delay tonight because we beat them. We showed up to the planning committee meeting and spoke, and we won, which makes it harder at a city council to get approval. The applicant has said they heard our concerns. They tell you that they are making these extreme changes and we shouldn't get the opportunity to speak tonight. The big topic the applicant has chosen to ignore from the previous meetings is that we do not want a gas station at the entrance to our neighborhood on a very small street that would add pollution, light, noise, and crime to our small community. On point number 2, on the continuance procedure on the Commerce City Legislature website, the applicant specifically asked for you to open the public hearing, but do not request presentations or public comments. Why would they do that? Well, they knew that we all were here this evening, and that's kind of ridiculous if you ask me. The email that was sent out to everyone a little bit ago prior to the meeting also was able to create less presence in this meeting. So in some sense, they're cheating to win. 700 plus signatures on the petition clearly says that we do not want a Quick Trip or its services here. The petition was signed against truck fueling as well. However, it was clearly stated as the neighbors to this property, we all do not want the services of a Quick Trip gas station. This is not a knock against Quick Trip, but just gas stations in general. We're not looking for that type of commerce at the entrance to our neighborhood. So please get the point now. We do not want to hear more from the applicant unless they do not want to add a gas station. As the neighbors, we beg, please provide a local commercial center that is focused on our neighborhoods and not focused on the cash grab from sales tax that a gas station would add from passerbys. Build for the people, build and allow the land use to create a neighborhood for us, build a neighborhood that you would want to live in. When I was talking on the phone last Friday to Daniel Sheldon from United Development Companies, who I may remind you is working with the applicant, I asked him if he would want to live next to a gas station. And he said, no. He told me he would develop a great area around a Quick Trip at the cost of a gas station. Don't make us pay the cost of having a gas station at the entrance to our neighborhood. Thank you so much. As our representatives, please tell Quick Trip that the community has spoken.
Adam, before you sign off, can you please state for the record your support or opposition? I think it's clear, but just for the record.
I'm clearly opposed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Kunda. We'll move next to Marissa Kirby.
Marissa, if you are in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Marissa Kirby. Marissa, you should be able to unmute yourself. Can you please state your support or opposition for the
I am
record?
opposing the Quick Trip. Also, am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are unmuted. Thank you. And do you have anything new to offer for the record?
Yes, I do. I'm
Okay,
disappointed
please
that
give
the
your name and address for the
Oh, okay.
record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Marissa Kirby. My address is 11250 Florence Street, Unit 8A. Here I go. Okay. I'm disappointed that the diesel fuel is conditional on the allowed uses. I've sat through 5 hours of this meeting tonight in addition to 2 hours at a planning commission and 2.5 hours in a neighborhood meeting. If this gets approved, I'm not convinced that Quick Trip will not come back later and try to get diesel fuel at this location. I do not see the need for a gas station at 112th and 85 when we already have one at Highway 85 and 104th and Highway 85 and 120th. That would be 3 gas stations at 3 consecutive stoplights. We don't need that. Having 3 gas stations in a row doesn't really benefit the community members or residents. We already have the need for gas met. Putting a gas station here, I think will really only benefit Quick Trip because it'll make them a lot of money. A gas station here will conversely contaminate the surrounding neighborhood. It would bring down property values, increase traffic, increase crime, and increase noise and light pollution. We need something else. We need restaurants, a grocery store, a gym, a daycare facility, maybe a school, a coffee shop, yoga and dance studios, salons, or boutiques. We really just don't need more gas. Please vote for the residents' best interests. We need your help to better the city we call home. Thanks.
Next up is Alex Pan.
Alex, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom.
Next up is Matthew Paul.
Hold on. Sorry, Mayor. I see Alex right now. Alex, you should be able to unmute yourself. Mayor, it does not look like Alex is available.
Okay, next up is going to be Matthew Paul. Patricia Schaller is on deck and Cassie Ratliff is in the hole.
Matthew, you should be able to unmute yourself, and can you state your support or opposition for the record?
Opposition. My name is Matthew Paul, 9803 East 113th Avenue.
Thank you, but do you have anything new to offer for the record?
A couple things
Okay.
previous
please
people
state
have already.
Yep. Keep your
Yeah,
comments
go ahead.
limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. A few previous speakers hit on many of my bullet points, but I wanted to call out specifically the traffic. The development team and the owner of the property, Quick Trip, has stated several times that traffic studies have been conducted at 112th and Highway 85 and that no improvements are needed. So I'm opposed to the gas and fueling station as a whole, but that specific traffic study was conducted at the peak of the pandemic and the stay-at-home orders. And so it just furthers all of our points that the developers are not doing their research when they're using a traffic study that was done at the worst possible time in the last several decades. As somebody that normally goes northbound on Highway 85 off of 112th, sometimes it can take two to four traffic cycles just to get through there. Adding in the additional traffic here would add a huge commute time to that, and it's not fair to these residents. The developers have continued to show they have minimal working knowledge of the immediate areas. The following examples by all of the people who have spoken, and I'm sure as they continue to speak, will help you understand that. On all of our community calls, when we've asked about the Fulton Ditch Bridge on 112th and Brighton Boulevard, which are both roughly a half mile away from the planned location, the developers said, "What are you talking about?" So they have not gone around and better understood the immediate area. In addition, the owner of the property went on the Reunion Facebook page and asked for support there. And I just think that that's in bad taste. He's asking for help from a community that is part of Commerce City, but 7 miles away from this location. And it really just screams bad taste in my mouth that he's not asking the 3 communities near this development for that support. He's asking for a larger community 7 miles away. So I ask that the council just take what we have to say to heart, understand where we're coming from, and I appreciate that our elected officials take the time to hear us out, and I'm excited to continue to be a part of this process with you.
Thank you. Next up is Patricia Schaller. Cassie Ratliff is on deck, and Matias Fernandez is in the hole.
Patricia Schaller, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Patricia Schaller. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Patricia in the meeting.
Okay, next up is Cassie Ratliff. Matias Fernandez is on deck, and Elizabeth Bautista in the hole.
Cassie, you should be able to unmute yourself, and can you state your support or opposition for the record, and if you have anything new to provide?
Thank you. I'm actually going to save my time until we get more information to present at another meeting.
Thank you, Cassie.
Thank you. Next up is Matias Fernandez. Elizabeth Bautista is on deck. Lizelle Thomas is in the hole.
Matias Fernandez, if you're in the meeting, oh, there you are. Thank you. You should be able to unmute yourself, and can you state your support or opposition for the record, and if you have anything new to offer for the record?
Opposition, and yes, I do have a few comments to add.
Okay, please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes.
Matias Fernandez, 10255 East 113th Avenue. I just want to touch on a few quick points. So thanks to the other neighbors for mentioning the gas station and the traffic. Those were definitely some of my concerns as well. With the gas station, I think that the issue here is the developers are taking advantage of this wide PUD range that we discussed, that the city council members discussed earlier. And they're pushing for what they want and not for what the community actually wants. Like other members have said, the community is looking forward to seeing shops, seeing daycare, seeing things that are going to bring the community together, not just another gas station when there's several in the area. Another thing that I want to touch base on is the convenience store aspect. Both gas stations on 120th and 104th have convenience stores. And even more so, we have a convenience store in the Bell Creek neighborhood that's family owned, and that's the type of business that we want to support. Another issue I have is with the high density housing. If you drive around these neighborhoods, you'll see that it's already quite dense, and we have a huge issue of traffic as well as parking. The streets are lined up with cars day and night. And I don't understand how adding a high dense population to what we already have is going to make this any better. And the plan doesn't contemplate any additional space for parking. It doesn't contemplate any work on infrastructure. And I think that's a huge issue. Also mentioning that the Bell Creek neighborhood, there's a school right there. And I look forward to sending my daughter to that school. Last thing I want is for this to go through, and now we have even more increased traffic in that road going from 104th all the way up to 112th. Those are some serious issues for our community, and I hope that you guys take the time to listen to the neighborhood and see what our concerns are here. Lastly, I just want to mention, I'm not opposed to developing the area. I think it's okay to develop the area, but I want to see responsible development of the space. And I don't think what the developers are doing here is responsible. So I hope that they listen to the community here today. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Fernandez. Next up is Elizabeth Bautista. Lizelle Thomas is on deck, and Michael Starosum is in the hole.
Elizabeth Batista, if you are in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Elizabeth Batista. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Elizabeth in the meeting.
Thank you, sir. Next is Lizelle Thomas. Michael Starosum is on deck, and Nikki Hawthorne is in the hole.
Lizelle, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Lizelle Thomas. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Lizelle in the meeting.
Thank you, sir. Next is going to be Michael Starosum. Nikki Hawthorne is on deck, and Stephanie Fernandez is in the hole.
Michael, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Michael Starosum. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Michael in the meeting.
Thank you. Next is Nikki Hawthorne. Stephanie Fernandez is on deck. Lisa DiMuscio is in the hole.
Nikki, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Nikki Hawthorne. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Nikki in the meeting.
Thanks, sir. We're going to move on to Stephanie Fernandez is up. Lisa DiMuscio is on deck, and Robert Yours Savage is in the hole.
Stephanie Fernandez, if you're in the meeting. Oh, there you are, Stephanie. Stephanie, you should be able to unmute yourself. Can you please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you will have anything new to offer for the record?
Hi, my name is Stephanie Fernandez, and I am very strongly opposed to the development of the Quick Trip and the gas station in general. I guess I only have like one thing to add, but.
Okay, can you please give your name and address for the record, and then keep your comments limited to 3 minutes?
So I live at 10255 East 113th Avenue. And the only thing I did kind of notice was that I did see that the requirements were to only send the notices to people who were 500 feet within the proposed area. And I think that that's severely limiting your reach since our house is obviously outside of that limit. And we found out about the whole issue on a Nextdoor app, and it was brought to our attention, and it was shocking. I mean, it affects us even though we're not within that 500 feet. I think that expanding that zone to include more communities and more voices is important because we all have, I mean, if this were to go through, we'd have to deal with everything that the previous commenters touched on, the traffic, the pollution, everything that goes in hand with this type of development. So I think including a larger range would be more beneficial. And then the only other thing was that I look forward to the development, like many other people had said, but I strongly oppose this, and I think that the gas station is not a good fit for our community. So please, council members, take our recommendations and suggestions and our comments and and really listen to what we would like as a community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Stephanie Fernandez. Is that who just spoke?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Lisa DeMuccio, Robert Yours Savage is on deck, and William Cooper is in the hole.
I see Lisa. Lisa, you should be able to unmute yourself. Can you please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you will have anything new to provide for the record?
I'm in opposition. I'd like to defer my comments to the continuing movement, the continuing meeting, so I can look at what they have to propose. But I would like to ask City Council to please require the applicant to post the community meeting that you've required him to do, to post detailed notification on the community Facebook pages of Bell Creek, the Dunes, River Oaks, and River Run. Mailing out 200 postcards is not really a community meeting. So would you please require the applicant to give proper notification on all those Facebook pages, because he was able to post wanting support on the reunion page. So I think he should be required to post that community meeting on the communities that are involved.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Robert Yours Savage, William Cooper, you are on deck, and Katie Southard, you are in the hole.
Robert, if you're in the meeting and could hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Robert, you're Savage. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Robert in the meeting.
Next up is William Cooper, Katie Southard, you are on deck, and Alicia Cisneros, you are in the hole.
William, if you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. I see William. William, you should be able to unmute yourself. Please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you will have anything new to offer for the record.
I'm in opposition, and I do have some new items that I'd like to offer.
Okay, so you will need to state your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Name is William Thomas Cooper. I'm at 10804 Bell Creek Boulevard in Henderson, Colorado, 80640. Couple of things. I read the traffic analysis that was done, that was mentioned in one of the other further comments. However, I wanted to make sure that the other historical traffic analysis that have been done over the last 15 years were also consumed in that. Since then, we've had multiple developments built in the neighborhood, and both of those developments have probably not been considered as to the traffic and the resource constraints that they have on the school. Just to give you an idea, we heard in the last residential meeting that 600 possible units could be built, more than 1,200 people could be added, 1 to 2 cars totaling up 600 or more cars, 200 possible more students would possibly attend, an already 400 plus extended outside the neighborhood student base that is already attending Bell Creek. The nearest elementary school is 2 miles from here. Another one is 5 miles from here. So that's a big problem. So my real problem here is that I think we need to look at some of the infrastructure that needs to happen before this development, and definitely before a gas station is needed. I finally would like to invite everybody to take a real quick trip at 8:18 in the morning down Bell Creek Boulevard on a Tuesday morning, 2 minutes before Bell Creek Charter School bell rings. And please pay attention to the children as they emulate the best 80s game, Frogger, trying to get through traffic. It's really, really bad. It could take as much as 20 minutes to turn right or left from the new proposed entrances that they're proposing on 112th and onto Bell Creek Boulevard. So I thank everybody, and I do wish that the council would definitely hear what people are saying. There's a lot of passionate residents that are both in Bell Creek, the Dunes, and River Run that are really, really opposed to this build out at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Katie Southard, Alicia Cisneros, you are on deck, and Renee Miller-Chacon, you are in the hole.
Katie Southard, if you're in the meeting, can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Katie Southard. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Katie in the meeting.
All right, next up is Alicia Cisneros, Renee Miller-Chacon is on deck, and Don Reynolds is in the hole.
Alicia, if you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Alicia Cisneros. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Alicia in the meeting.
Thank you. Next is Renee Miller-Chacon. Don Reynolds, you're on deck. Matt Southard, you are in the hole.
Renee, if you're in the meeting, can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Renee Miller-Chacon. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Renee in the meeting.
Next up is Don Reynolds. Matt Southard, you're on deck. Randall Nelson, you're in the hole.
Don Reynolds, if you're in the meeting, can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Don Reynolds. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Don in the meeting.
Next up is Matt Southard. Randall Nelson, you're on deck. Luz Carrillo, you are in the hole.
Matt Southard, if you're in the meeting, can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Matt Southard.
Next
Mayor
up
Huseman?
is
Oh,
Randall Nelson. Luz Carrillo is on deck. Bonnie Nugent is in the hole.
Randall, if you can hit *9 on the phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, and I'm not seeing Randall in the meeting.
Next up is Luz Carrillo. Bonnie Nugent, you're on deck. Holly Prather, you're in the hole.
Luz, if you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I'm not seeing Luz in the meeting.
Next is Bonnie Nugent. Holly Prather, you're on deck. Nicole Babiak, you're in the hole.
Bonnie, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I'm not seeing Bonnie in the meeting.
Next up is Holly Prather. Nicole Babiak is on deck. Anna Mariotti is in the hole.
I see Holly in the meeting. Holly, please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you'll have anything new to offer for the record.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, and of course, City Clerk Gibson. I am in favor of the annexation. I am opposed, unfortunately, to the proposed zoning, primarily due to numerous aspects in the PUD document that are concerning to me. Because there's a possibility that
Holly, before you get started, if you could state your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes.
Sorry, I actually want to request that since this might go back to Planning Commission and that this is being continued, that I want to reserve my comments for the next meeting.
Okay, then we'll have to stop you there. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect, thanks.
Next up is Nicole Babiak. Anna Mariotti, you are on deck, and Sophie Thomas, you're in the hole.
I see Nicole in the meeting. Nicole, if you should be able to unmute yourself, if you can state your support or opposition for the record, and if you'll have anything new to offer for the record.
I officially oppose it, and I wanted to wait until we get further information, but I did want to clarify if we had an idea if we would have the next time to discuss this in November or in December, because I would not be available on December 20th if that is the date. Do you have that final? Because I wasn't clear at the beginning of the meeting.
Clarification, if we hear this as a city council in December, first reading would be the first meeting in December, which would not be the 20th. Second reading on that, it does not have public testimony as part of second reading, and so it would not be around December 20th, so you would not be affected by that.
Oh, perfect. Then can I hold my comments? Although I'm a little bit sad because I think some people had to fall off this evening that did have some other comments just because it's run long, but hopefully they'll be able to talk in December.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you. Okay, next is Anna Mariotti. Sophie Thomas, you're on deck, and Lori Sprague, you're in the hole.
I see Anna. Anna, you should be able to unmute yourself. Please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you'll have anything new to offer for the record.
Okay, thank you so much. I am currently opposed, but would like to reserve my comments to the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sophie Thomas. Lori Sprague is on deck. Daniel Coplin is in the hole.
Sophie, if you're in the meeting, hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I don't see Sophie in the meeting.
Next is Lori Sprague. Daniel Coplin, you are on deck. Mary Flores, you're in the hole.
Lori, you should be able to unmute yourself. Please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you'll have anything new to offer for the record.
Good evening. I'd like to
say that I'm opposed and I'd like to reserve for the later time, please.
Thank you, Lori.
Ma'am, next is Daniel Copland. Mary Flores, you're on deck. Steve Douglas, you're in the hole.
Daniel Copland, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Daniel in the meeting.
Thank you. Mary Flores, you're up next. Steve Douglas, you're on deck. Trevor Steen, you're in the hole.
I see Mary. Mary, you should be able to unmute yourself. Please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you have anything new to offer for the record. Mayor Huseman, I do not think Mary is available.
Okay, next up will be Steve Douglas. Trevor Steen is on deck and Kathy Ludwig is in the hole.
I see Steve. Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself. Please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you'll have anything new to offer for the record.
I'm in opposition at this moment, and I will have to reserve my comments because I'm a alternate on the planning in case I have to go before the planning commission. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Next up is Trevor Steen. Kathy Ludwig, you are on deck, and Christy Douglas, you're in the hole.
I believe this phone number is Trevor. Trevor, you should be able to unmute yourself. Please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you'll have anything new to offer for the record. Mayor Huseman, I do not think Trevor is available.
Next up is Kathy.
Excuse me, can we make sure that people know that they might be muted or how to help them unmute? So I can see his hand up.
Oh, he just unmuted.
Trevor? Hello, I was on mute and I tried to speak and I wasn't able to.
Oh, are you Trevor Steen?
No, my name is Mary Flores.
Oh, Mary, okay. Mayor Huseman, would you like to take Mary's comments now?
Yes, please.
All right, Mary, please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you'll have anything new for the record.
I'm in opposition and I want to reserve my comments for the next meeting, but I really want to advise the city or whatever who send the notifications that please put a bigger sign, because even if I stop my car next to the sign, I cannot read the sign. I mean, literally you have to use a loop to read the sign or go and take a picture and try to figure it out. The other thing I would like to advise
Mary,
the city or the person.
If you're wanting to provide
Just let me say
testimony.
this. It's not a testimony, it's just a recommendation, because even the city didn't send any notification in Spanish. So, and I want to reserve my time for the next meeting, but I'm in opposition.
Okay, thank you, Mary.
All right, next up is going to be Kathy Ludwig. Christy Douglas is on deck, and Jeff Plank is in the hole.
Kathy Ludwig, if you're in the meeting, hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Kathy in the meeting. Christy, if you're in the meeting, oh, there you are. Christy, you should be able to unmute yourself. Please state your support or opposition for the record, and if you'll have anything new for the record.
Okay, can I speak? All right. Hi, my name is Christy Douglas. I'm in opposition to this. I am at 10970 Unity Parkway. And
oh, Christy, are you wanting to provide new information for the record and testify?
Yes, I am actually.
Okay, so give me just a minute. Please
so
keep
what
your
I'd like
comments
to
limited to 3 minutes.
All right. So what I'd like to say is that I live in Reunion. It's 7 miles away. So and in fact, I may not be directly impacted by this, but this proposed development is, I'm sorry, but it's absolutely ridiculous. I have never heard of anything more crazy in my life. Putting a truck stop or even a gas station at that particular location, that does not make sense. And who came up with this idea? It's crazy. We are at a tipping point in this city. And although I live in Reunion, I love this city. Why would I want to see this go down the rabbit hole like this? It's just, to me, it's just preposterous. We can't keep heading down the same old path and expect something different. We have to start looking into the future. We have to become the place that you want to stay because it has so much to offer. This offers us absolutely nothing. It is a cash cow for the developer. We have to envision the future. And this is simply, it's not it. Why don't we look at doing something like they have in North Glen at I-25 and 120th? That is a cool little unique shopping area. That would be perfect for this. What they're proposing is just crazy. A truck stop with high density residential at an intersection where there's already been accidents. This does not make sense. And I can see why the Planning Commission denied this the first time around. They did the right thing. So this is not the direction that I want to see the city go in. And we have no business even contemplating doing something like this. This is completely out of line. I have about 30 seconds left. I appreciate the fact that you held this tonight. And I hope that you have a huge turnout in the next meeting, because this is not the direction that this city needs to go. Thank you.
Next up is Jeff Plank and Shannon Wester. You are on deck.
Jeff, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Jeff Plank. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Jeff Plank in the meeting.
Thank you. Finally, we have Shannon Wester.
Shannon, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Shannon Wester. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Shannon in the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Do we have any written comments on this matter?
Mayor Huseman, written comments received were incorporated into the updated agenda packet, which was published at approximately 1:40 p.m. today.
Thank you. And residents who submitted written comments will have the opportunity to resubmit written comments based on any changes that they see fit.
That's correct, sir. The deadline will remain the same as 12 noon, the day of the meeting, to submit written comments or sign up for public testimony.
Very good. Thank you very much. So we're going to do two motions. The first one, and as long as Mr. Sheasley, I see him getting ready to pop in here for me, as long as he agrees with what I'm about to do. The first motion, I'm going to separate what we tried to do earlier, will be on referring back to the Planning Commission, or do I need to do a continuance first and then refer back to the Planning Commission?
I think you could do the motion first on the continuing, or I'm sorry, the return to the Planning Commission. And then depending on the outcome of that, take the next action, which would either be closing the public hearing or,
Okay.
Yeah, or continuing.
Do any council members wish to make a motion to refer this back to the Planning Commission for further review? Councilmember Madera.
I'll make a motion.
Have a motion to refer this matter back to the Planning Commission for further review. Is there a second? Councilmember Smith?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to refer this matter back to the Planning Commission. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote on this. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand in the chat window. And that motion is going to fail 3-3. Council members Allen Thomas, Wadiola, and Noble being the nay votes on that. Okay, at this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue the public hearing on Resolution 2021-61 and ordinances AN-259-21 and Z-964-21 to November 15th, and to, we do not need to republish notices. Never
Correct.
mind. And because well, was it an hour? Did you keep track?
In excess, you had an hour and 17 minutes. Yeah.
All right, thank you for keeping track on that. So looking for a motion and a second to continue these issues. Councilmember Madera?
So moved.
Councilmember Smith?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing on Resolution 2021-61 and Ordinance AN-259-21 and Z-964-21 to November 15th. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll state that because we have a procedural gap in how this was handled, I do believe that we have no choice but to continue this item to this public hearing to a later time. So I think that that's the action that must be taken based on the legal advice that we received at the beginning of this council meeting. Councilmember Noble.
Oh man, I think my question just blew out of my head as you were talking. Okay. What about the other neighborhood meeting that Mr. Rogers spoke about? Will they be able to fit that in between times? Is that still the plan as well? I agree with one of the speakers. It did get a little confusing as to what's going on tonight.
Question, Mr. Rogers or the applicant, will you be able to hold another neighborhood meeting in the next 6 weeks?
So I would have to defer that question to the applicant. We had made that as a recommendation that they could hold that meeting. They would have to agree to notice and to move forward with that. Mr. Foster, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, we'd of course be happy to have a neighborhood meeting. And again, we'll follow whatever the city's protocol is. I'm sure you all recognize the city has protocol on this this process. To the extent that you want us to exceed that protocol, we just need to hear what your opinions are, but we're happy to meet the city's requirements on a neighborhood meeting.
Then what would also be our position on the points that was made by one of the speakers about putting notice on social media in the vicinity?
Mayor, I believe I can speak to that. And I think, as Mr. Foster just mentioned, with the city protocols at this point, the city could not require additional specific notices. It would be inappropriate to do that for any of the types of notices. However, I think the applicant probably has heard the comments tonight and would assume that council would like to see as sufficient of notice as possible. And they could speak to that, but I think that would be a voluntary act for them.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I do think it's important. A lot of these Facebook groups are private groups that you typically have to live in the neighborhood in order to join the Facebook group. And so I think that putting that kind of a requirement out there on individuals that don't live there and don't necessarily get access to those Facebook groups could be extremely difficult. Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I just had a question. Do we need to amend the motion to include the public meeting?
No, you can't at this point necessarily require them to do another neighborhood meeting. They're doing it voluntarily.
Okay, well, appreciate having another meeting.
Councilmember Wadiola?
Thank you, Mayor. You stated before that we have to continue it. So why are we taking a vote if we have to? What if the vote doesn't go that way, then what happens?
I will be thinking quickly of an answer if the vote doesn't go that way. You would be required to close the public hearing and take action based on that. I would tell you would not be able to take certain actions because you don't legally you do not have an annexation agreement. You can't vote on the zoning ordinance because you can't vote on the zoning ordinance because you won't have approved an annexation ordinance. You could make a determination about eligibility for annexation, but that would just allow the matter to sit. So it's my strong recommendation that you continue the matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Tinklenberg, I have an item for you before I continue on with the vote.
Yes, sir.
Damn. We did just hear from a resident who made a comment that none of our land use case notifications are in Spanish. And I remember earlier this year, I'd sent you a picture of a notice of a land use case that was done on a very large sheet of plywood and very easy and prominent to read. I would like to see, as we continue to make notices on this case as well as future cases, that we adopt a similar style notice board that is large enough for passersby to read, and make sure that that is also done in a bilingual manner so that people can read that no matter what their native language is. So if we could look at how it is that we are announcing potential development things, and as you drive through the metro area, you see other communities have signs that tend to be significantly larger than our very small staked blue signs that are very difficult for people to understand that there's a potential land use case there. So if we could adopt that moving forward, I think that that would behoove us and be well done for our residents.
Okay, just for clarification, you mentioned native language. We do have some other minority groups that don't speak English. So I am assuming you're talking about Spanish, correct?
I'm talking about the two most predominantly spoken languages in our community, which are Spanish and English. So although I would love to be able to put information out there in anything that is going to affect people, I do think that we need to focus on our core demographics. All right, seeing no other requests for discussion, we'll take a voice vote on continuing this matter until November 15th. All those in favor, please raise your hand in the chat window so I can count your vote. And that is going to pass 5-1 with Councilmember Wadiola being the nay vote on that.
Mayor, I just do want to remind the council members present that the public hearing will remain open in that time, and any members of the public should refer any comments to the meeting on November 15th or the written comment portal. So just keep that in mind. Thank you. And we also need to extend the meeting by 30 minutes within the next 9 minutes, or we have to, Dylan's going to hang up on all of us.
I had a start in the meeting at 6:55, and 4.5 hours would put us at 11:25.
You're absolutely right. I forgot that extra half hour in there. And I was just hopeful, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we need to move on to resolutions. We have resolution 2021-93, amending the directory of city fees and charges. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-93. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-93. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title and I'll take a voice vote.
Thank you, sir. Resolution 2021-93, a resolution adopting an amended directory of city fees and charges to establish a discounted annual recreation membership for certain persons with disabilities and qualifying discounted access for memberships.
Thank you. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is going to pass unanimously 6-0 with 3 absences. Next up, we have administrative council business. First up is a Rocky Mountain Partnership appointment of a council member. Does any council member wish to volunteer for appointment to the Rocky Mountain Partnership? Councilmember Wadiola.
Yeah, Councilwoman Grimes brought this up and she's not able to be here today. And I'd like to see if we could table that until the next meeting. I spoke with her earlier about that.
Anybody have any objections to tabling this till the next meeting? Councilmember Alan Thomas.
No, I don't have an objection, but I'd be interested also in if there's a possibility if there could be an alternate.
Okay, great. We'll take this up at the October 18th meeting. Please add this to our agenda for that. Next, we have ratifying the vote for Councilmember Hurst travel. I need a motion and a second to ratify the vote taken over email. Councilmember Madera.
Move to ratify the vote taken over email.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Second the motion.
Motion and a second to ratify the vote taken over email to authorize travel of Councilmember Hurst to attend a function in Washington, D.C. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. That's going to pass 6-0 unanimously. Okay, we're going to move on to city report or council reports. First up is City Manager Tinklenberg.
Can I get something into administrative business?
Yep, go ahead.
So did my ward tour this past week with the city manager and noticed a lot of legal dumping taken up. So I wanted to make a motion to direct staff to write an ordinance with a minimum fine of $500 for illegal dumping.
Okay, we have a motion to direct staff to draft an ordinance that would make the fine for illegal dumping $500. Do I have a second on that? Councilmember Wadiola?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, before we move on to a vote, Mr. Tinklenberg or Mr. Sheasley, can you tell us if we currently have an ordinance and what the fine is regarding illegal dumping?
Currently, I do not believe that there is not an ordinance, and I believe that the fine is discretionary. There's not a set fine under the current municipal court's fine schedule.
Thank you. So this motion or this ordinance would basically be setting a minimum fine of $500. Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, so this is solely for drafting the ordinance, not for enacting an ordinance. As we'll do a voice vote, please raise your hand in the chat window. And that's going to pass unanimously 6-0 with 3 absences. Do I have additional administrative council business? Did you have anything else, Councilmember Madera?
I do not. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. I wondered, oftentimes we have letters that go out and we are asked just to vote on the letter, basically, if it goes out, about whether it should go out. And I'm talking about, in this particular case, regarding the anti-degradation rule that we had voted for previously regarding the Water Quality Control Commission. They have yet to change their minds about last June 2020, when they exempted Suncor. And so I would like to have a letter sent to the governor and also petition the Water Quality Control Commission to reconsider the June 2020 vote. But the letter to the governor would ask him to encourage the commissioners to reconsider the June 2020 vote or to reopen the hearing. How does that happen? Should I make a motion? All right, I'll make a motion. I would like to make a motion for a letter to the governor and a petition to the Water Quality Control Commission to reconsider the June 2020 vote regarding the anti-degradation rule as it applies to Suncor.
Okay, so I have a motion for a letter to be drafted to be sent to the governor and to the commission regarding the July to June 20th anti-degradation vote that took place. Who do you want that letter to come from?
You, or could be the whole city council, either way, the mayor or all of us, but also, he's been a petition to the Water Quality Control Commission, which is a formal process. So it's the letter to the governor and a petition to the Water Quality Control Commission.
Okay, I have a motion for a letter to the governor and a petition to the Water Quality Control Commission. Is there a second? Okay, Councilmember Wadiola.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to draft a letter for my signature to go to the governor as well as to petition the Water Quality Control Commission regarding the anti-degradation rule. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Oh, sorry. No, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we will do a voice vote again. Please raise your hand in the chat window if you're in favor. And that is going to pass unanimously 6-0 with 3 absences. Do you have another item for discussion, Councilmember Noble? All right, moving on to council. Does any other council member have any administrative council business? Seeing none, we're going to move on to council reports. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be reading from my report here, so I'm sorry if I lose any contact with you. In terms of COVID-19, Adams County incident rate for last 2 weeks was 315.7 per 100,000 population. As of August 11, I'm sorry, no, didn't edit that. As of today, Adams County vaccinations are at 1 dose of 77% of the population and 2 doses are at 69.7%. Vaccinations, I believe, are still available at Save-A-Lot and Dick's Sporting Goods Park. We're continuing with the mask order in city facilities and on the job. As sent to council last week, our health insurance provider reports that there have been 56 confirmed cases among city staff. We are encouraging vaccinations and provided financial incentive. We do not have reliable data on the percentage that are vaccinated. And the reason for that, most people did not go through our health insurance provider. Instead, they went to the free opportunities such as the one at Dick's Sporting Goods Park and elsewhere. In terms of other items, city manager's office, the user and impact fee report, we have 2 proposals that were received and staff is reviewing those. So that'll be coming to council again sometime soon, assuming it's over the threshold limit on the procurements. Developers, we continue to meet with a variety of developments on a variety of topics, including conveying the council's concern over the amount of commercial and retail land that ends up being residential. On the RTD station area urban renewal plan, we're still awaiting feedback from Adams County. In terms of community development, residential permits have reached 1,335 through September. Active land use cases are still holding steady at 187. Developer and construction stakeholder roundtable is scheduled for this coming Thursday, October 7th. And emergency rental assistance, council has been interested in this in the past. The dollar amount committed has reached 1,001,000 as of last week. And that, for comparison, that was 585,000 back in July, at the end of July. Another 1.3 million will be available later this month. Economic development, the state of the city was held. It went well and was well attended, according to the report I received. The 2022 budget is progressing and finance is finishing up the documents for our October 18 public hearing. From HR, I have a number of reports. One is that staff turnover. is at 8.6% for the year so far. Our vacancy currently is at 6.5%. They're working with a vendor on a rewrite of the employee policies, so that will be coming up later. In terms of the judge recruitment, the brochure is in draft and the job description update is complete. Also for city staff, the open enrollment is coming up on the 2 weeks of November 1 through 14. A postcard will be going out to staff later this week. And the benefits guide will be out the week of October 18. We also will have flu shots available to city employees on October 20. In terms of Parks, Recreation, and Golf, there's a Halloween scavenger hunt scheduled starting today through the 18th. It'll be a daily event where families and teams will explore Commerce City parks and complete challenges in each park to win prizes. This is the second year we're doing that. Fall Fest is Saturday, October 16, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Park and the Eagle Point Recreation Center. Normal operations at Eagle Point will be closed for this event. And then the Buffalo Turkey Trot is scheduled for November 20. In terms of Public Works, the 104th Avenue signals, the finalized timing and sequencing from Highway 2 to Tower Road has been completed. In terms of the 88th Avenue widening, we are waiting for the CDOT Executive Director to sign the FONSI, finding of no significant impact. And then the final design will move forward. The Public Works Department is also working on a RAISE grant. Actually, they've submitted it and we're anticipating feedback. Illegal dumping. There were numerous illegal dumping cleanups last week, and the staff coordinated with hazmat contractor to dispose of hazardous waste that was dumped and the initial contractor could not handle. Snow equipment, the staff is preparing equipment. They are going to paint up one of the snow plows that's on what was Herman Palomino's truck, and that would be in memory of him. I was able to attend the viewing ceremony on Friday evening. ECA GID Pressure Zone 41. Staff had a follow-up with the attorney for the developers regarding early funding for the design and early work that would be in anticipation of the General Improvement District issuing bonds in 2026. In terms of Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority, the letter of intent has been executed with the hotel developer, and the purchase sale agreement will be sent to Pure Strike later this week. And now if we could do the agenda review. Mr. Gibson, are you able to bring that up? Or Mr. Roberts?
I believe Mr. Roberts should be able to pull that up here, but if not, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you.
And now my share screen's not working. Apologies, give me just a minute here.
While they're doing that, this coming study session on the 11th, Monday, we have a presentation on the drainage impact fee and also a presentation from the Environmental Consulting Services. It's a phase 1 check-in. If you could scroll down to October 11th, sorry. There you go. And then there's a Derby area presentation and the Derby area through the eyes of Lester Arnold students that they did and will be making a presentation to us. And then there's also Metro District Regulation Review. And then October 18, of course, there's a Board and Commission Subcommittee and Urban Renewal Authority meeting to adopt the budget. And City Council will also be adopting the budget, or opening the public hearing on the budget, I should say. And there's a proclamation, oops, you rolled right on by, sorry about that. I'm not as fast as you. Proclamation declaring October 12 through 17 National Police Week. There's also Domestic Violence Awareness Month for October. And of course you have minutes and a consent agenda that covers a number of ordinances and resolutions. Those ordinances were passed on first reading unanimously and therefore ready for your approval. The resolutions, one deals with the opioids settlement memorandum of understanding, and then there's a public hearing on the budget resolution actually. And typically what we do on that is open the public hearing and then continue it until November 1, and at which point you would take additional testimony and close it and act on the budget. We also have the NIGID meeting again regarding budget, and the ECA GID meeting regarding budget, and the ERA GID regarding budget. What didn't show up on the schedule is, and it's being added right now or will be tomorrow, is the evaluation committee will be meeting on the 11th. So this coming Monday evening as well. That's it for my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tinklenberg. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Tinklenberg regarding his report? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Sheasley.
Nothing to add this evening, sir.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Sheasley? Seeing none, Councilmember Wadiola, you have a report you'd like to give?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Wednesday, attended the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Commission meeting. We're wrapping up the bylaws for the commission, but also they got the legislative booklet to give some feedback to myself and Councilwoman Ellen Thomas to bring back to council for the legislative commission or committee. They'll be also going through the months and different celebrations that they will bring to council throughout the year, celebrating diversity, equity, and inclusion of our community. So stay tuned for that. Saturday, we did boards and commission the subcommittee interviews. Again, it's always been a pleasure and honor to be in this committee. And just really seeing the amazing residents we have in the city, from the youth commission to all of them. So, you know, we're going to be appointing a lot more board members. We still have vacancies. So please, folks, go to the website, look at our social media when we post those announcements. We are still looking for the Blue Ribbon Commission or committee members. We just got the flyer, and so we'll be posting that. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
So on Tuesday, I was asked to be the executive sponsor for the RAC's local government committee, which is looking at what local governments can do to improve air quality across the Front Range. So we'll be getting more involved in that, and bringing resources and different ideas to local governments, including Commerce City, on ways that we can improve our air quality, especially in the summertime when we have all these ozone alerts.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. I also attended last Wednesday the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission meeting as well with Councilman Guardiola. And then also last Wednesday, I also attended the Early Childhood Partnership of Adams County breakfast, and that was a really rewarding breakfast and event to see what they're doing for the community and for Adams County. And that's all I had for my reports. Thank you.
Any other council members wishing to make a report? Councilmember Noble?
It's not a report technically, but in a way it is. One of the residents in Ward 4 has had a pride flag first stolen from her home that was hanging outside her home. And then the pride flag was stolen again, as well as the bracket. So I hope that when we are doing the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, that we're including all residents in Commerce City too. Thank you.
Councilmember Alan Thomas?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mayor. I did just want to add, I did bring that up, Councilwoman Noble, on last Wednesday night, so they are addressing it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Great. In response to Councilmember Wadiola's report regarding the proclamations, we did have a conversation a couple weeks ago about changing the process and basically taking one vote in the beginning of the year that would lay out all the proclamations that would go out there for standard proclamations, and then those would be read whenever we come into the month, but it would be approved on one vote there to make that easier. And then also changing it so if somebody wanted an additional proclamation, when the timeline needs to be to get that proclamation brought forward so they can actually be accomplished prior to the start of that time period. So something that is being looked at between the city attorney's office and the city manager's office in order to make that process better for everybody.
Thank you, Mayor. They were going to ask the city staff about that, so that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, that was a conversation. It was actually Mr. Sheasley's suggestion that we just do one vote in the beginning of the year that encompasses everything. So thank him for that beautiful suggestion. So my week was pretty light. Friday morning, I spoke at the Leadership Commerce City event here. That was at the Civic Center. It was a city day, and following me, Mr. Tinklenberg had an opportunity to speak, and then various city departments to basically educate people on the workings of the city. And that's pretty much all I had for that time period. We have an executive session that is scheduled for the end of this meeting. In order to enter into executive session, we would first have to have a vote to extend this meeting because we are about 15 minutes short of the 4.5-hour time period. Mr. Tinklenberg?
Yeah, in light of the fact that we have three absences tonight and the hour, it might be better to defer this, but again, I'm willing to go either way, quite honestly, but just a suggestion for you to consider.
What does our schedule next Monday look like?
We have 5 items on the agenda, and so that's fairly extensive. I have to pull that back up.
You're currently scheduled to go to 10:10 p.m. tentatively for the October 11th study session.
If I may also, I know it's a pressing issue, but events of the last couple of weeks have limited the ability to complete Metro District regulations in this complete draft that I wanted to. If council wanted to push off that item or any other off that schedule to have a special meeting on this topic, that would be an option.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, the city manager kind of beat me to it. I was gonna make the motion to continue this until we had a full council, since he does, report to the 9 of us, and think it's something that we all should be present for.
I have a motion to move this agenda item to a future meeting, working on the schedule either next week or the following week based on timing of the events and whether or not we can cram that into the meeting. Councilmember Wadiola?
I would second that motion.
Motion and a second to continue this off to a future meeting to be determined. Mr. Sheasley, did you have something additional to add?
No, apologies. Sorry.
No worries. All right, any discussion on continuing the item? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, Councilmember Wadiola.
No, go ahead, Mayor. I'm good.
All those in favor, raise your hand in the chat window so your vote can be counted. And looks like we're going to go 5-1 on that one, with Councilmember Noble being the no vote on that. So if we can get something adjusted on the next week's study session, then let's do a special meeting following the study session to get this executive session put in so it doesn't get kicked out for 2 weeks. We'd prefer to get it done as quickly as possible.
Will do.
All right, thank you very much. I do believe verify here that that was the end. That is the end. So we're going to adjourn, and the city attorney will not be circulating a Zoom link for the executive session. And that concludes our meeting this evening. Have a good night. Have a good week.